was a great highlight. Two Beech stagger wings is something you don't see very often as well.
No, you don't see one of them. We got two.
Yeah, a good mix of aircraft. It's my first time at Old Buckenham, and I'm really impressed. It's a great show, it's well organised. As you know, I'm normally tilting a camera at air shows and looking at the sky. I'm quite jealous of the photography about that. Great light yesterday. But the sun's out today.
Any tips for people that are using phones as a camera ship?
You know, we actually, the quality of camera phones now is really good, and we've actually quite recently had our first front cover image that was taken on a phone. So the quality is great. Yeah, it's not, try not to zoom in too much with my tip. I was covering the Paris Airshow last year remotely. I had to stay back in the UK for a variety of reasons, and I asked one of my contributors to send me a photograph of an aircraft which was at the Paris Airshow, which I needed for our live blog, and he zoomed in and zoomed in and zoomed in, and it was very pixelated, so the simple answer is just walk a bit closer.
Yes. Yeah. So it is perfectly possible then to take good aviation photographs on a phone.
It is, yeah.
If you're a bit more selective.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, they're not ideal for flying pictures, but certainly if you've got an aircraft on the ground or taxiing past you, the video, I think if you're going to use a smartphone for flying, video is the way forward for that.
Yeah.
Now, that's something we're pushing into a lot of the Royal Aeronautical Society at the moment. I've just been doing a lot of video at Farnborough. Came straight here for the Farnborough Airshow, where I was since last Saturday, so looking forward to my own bed tonight for a first time in over a week. Yeah, we did a lot of video at the show, and that works out really well with the phone.
So actually, when you think about it, we're trying to capture the youth element bring them back into aviation.
You're right.
It's interesting to say, or to tell them that they can actually get some really good video on this.
It's a little bit breezy up here.
Yeah, we have. So part of my role at the Royal Aeronautical Society is trying to inspire that next generation through. And we wrote a piece quite recently where we asked, does aerospace and aviation have a bit of an image problem? Why don't people want to come and work with us? I think the answer is that we don't have an image problem. What we've got is an awareness problem. People don't know what a great industry this is. So if you are 12, 13, 14 years old at the moment, there are so many opportunities coming up for a career in aerospace. And you think of being a pilot, but there's so much else. Air traffickers, engineers, aircraft designers, aircraft maintainers. The vast variety of occupation, and ever more important now, both from a military and a civil point of view, and from a sustainability point of view. We're looking at how we can make aerospace green. How can we make it better for the environment? Well, somebody out there in the audience today, you might hold that key. You might be the next Charles Rolls, or
and of course it's not even on the technological side. There are airline caterers, for instance. There are airline seat designers. All that sort of stuff, the peripheral stuff, is all open to people, isn't it? You don't have to be a pilot. You don't have to be waving bats at an airport. There's so much else out there.
Absolutely, and it's also I quite often hear some people say to me, "I'm not clever enough to be a pilot." Well, don't necessarily think that's the case. There are options for everybody in aerospace.
You're letting the cat out the bag now. You don't have to be clever to be a pilot.
If you follow the colour-coded routes, you're good, aren't you? Down the red one, down the green one.
That's right. Yeah. Press go. Press stop.
But I guess I was at Farnborough this week, and BAE Systems were there. They were talking about they need 1,000 new engineers over the course of the next 12 months.
That's just one company.
That's one company in the UK, and that's on the Tempest programme, which is the next generation fighter. And they came out with a really interesting phrase. They said, our engineers don't get oil down the back of their fingernails. And I thought, that's really telling. Yeah. So if you're interested in computer coding, if you're interested in software development, that sort of thing has a huge crossover into the aerospace industry. And we talk again about sustainability. Well, that's not just about what the engine burns. There are all sorts of ways you can make an aircraft more efficient, and that could be through using software to make it more aerodynamic, little tweaks. Excuse me, 0.25% increase in performance somewhere if you multiply that over the vast amounts of aeroplanes that are flying every day, it makes a huge saving in carbon emissions, huge saving in fuel, huge saving in cost for the airlines, and hopefully that makes it cheaper for all to fly. So really exciting time to be part of aerospace.
I did hear of a story of somebody actually taking a certain amount of I forget what it was now, something like olives, off the menu on an aeroplane, and it saved something like $5 million worth of fuel every year.
It was one of the American carriers, I think United or something like that. Yeah, one olive taken off every plate on the aircraft. Multiplied by how many aircraft flew each day, multiplied by 365 days. It's a huge saving. So I've done this for 26 years now, Trevor. It's great. I turned a hobby into a job, I joke, but it is such an interesting industry, and it's such an interesting time to be part of the aviation world. We're going back to the moon. We're looking going on towards Mars. So, the UK has really got a good space industry. With the launch window for the first UK rocket opened last week. So, between now and September, we should see the first rocket launch from the UK mainland, from northern Scotland.
What's that going to be doing?
That will be a proving rocket, but the idea is that it will be satellite launches, because the UK makes satellites. We have a really booming industry in satellite production. So, that's another area that needs a certain skill set. So, excuse me, you can train for that and be part of a really lucrative. These are well-paid jobs as well. Yeah. So,
well, I suppose that's why they call it the aerospace industry, isn't it? The aero bit is down here in the air, and the space obviously is in space, going back to the moon and onwards.
Yeah, air and space. So I worked for the Royal Aeronautical Society. We formed in 1866, which was well before the aeroplane was invented. Back then it was balloons and then into gliders. But we were formed with the mission to further aerology, and I think aerology is a fantastic thing, the study of everything that flies.
Of course, if you're interested in sewing, for instance, even you can get into aerospace, because we have a need for people that can sew hot air balloons.
Yep, and that's down your neck of the woods, very much in Bristol, isn't it?
Yes.
So Cameron Balloons, and a variety of balloon manufacturers in the UK, aren't there? So another area that the UK leads at in the aerospace industry.
Yeah, we can't get enough seamstresses, which we need, for making the balloons. So
there's all sorts
far-reaching.
It is. All sorts of big manufacturers. You've got Rolls-Royce, who are based at Derby, but also have places around the UK. BA Systems is up in the northwest. You've got Leonardo, that used to be Westland, down in the southwest. Real booming industry, and lots and lots of jobs to fill.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Our lecture to the young is now concluded. But mums and dads, if you're out there, think of guiding your offspring towards one of those lucrative jobs in the aviation industry.
And starting with an apprenticeship. There are lots of apprenticeships available now in these organisations as well, so don't automatically think about the university route. There could be other options to get your first foot on the ladder in the industry. And of course the military as well. Joining the Air Force, joining the Army Air Corps, joining the Fleet Air Arm. The equivalent occupations, but from a military background.
Ladies, gents, teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel live for our final day here at Old Buckenham Airshow 2026. And a big shout out to all the crew, everyone at Old Buckenham, the marshalling team, the volunteers, the commentators. How you both doing in there? Doing a grand job. Well done on your first year here at Old Buckenham. Matt Wilkins, thank you very much for having us here as well. And all the team, the media team with Steve, thank you very much. It's a delight to be here. All the fire and rescue medics, all the teams that are here, all the organisers, thank you very much. And also, while you're here, there's lots of charity fundraisings here. We've got NARS as well, the Norfolk Ambulance Rescue Service, Norfolk Constabulary. We've got 3 Million Steps, the Dad's Army Museum, SAFA, Royal Marines Association, Royal British Legion, Giraffes on Tour. And of course, give yourself some retail therapy time. Lots of great merchandise out there. And of course the Ted Coningsby merchandise mini stand is just here as well. Get yourself, we are offering cadets discount as well now. So if you are a cadet, now's your time. Got the Royal Air Force Cadets stands here next to us actually. The Wyndham Squadron. Those airside. Big shout out to you. Welcome to the once home of the 453rd Bomb Group. So, this is actually a Lost Airfield. It was once Royal Air Force Old Buckenham, or RAF Old Buckenham. It's not far from Attleborough, not far from Thetford, and it was allocated as Station 144 for the United States Army Air Force's 8th Air Force. There were B-24s here, the B-24 Liberators. They were part of the 2nd Air Division, so along with the B-24s of RAF Ethel, again denominated by the circle on the tails of their aircraft, the circle of the 2nd Air Division. That's how they were denominated, with the 2nd letter denominating the actual bomb group. The station was built in 1942, finished in 1943. Once it opened in late 43, it was used by the 453rd Bomb Group. They arrived from Marchfield, California on the 23rd of December 1943. They had 3 squadrons, the 732nd, 733rd, 734th and 735th Bombardment Squadrons. They flew their first combat mission on the 5th of February 1944, attacking airfields, marshalling yards, aircraft assembly plants at Gotha. That was the role of the 8th Air Force. It was strategic bombing for the bomb groups, chemical works. They took part in Big Week, taking out V-weapon sites. They also had a bit of Hollywood stars, such as James Jimmy Stewart, who was a movie star. And he was a group operations officer at Old Buckenham during the spring of 44. There was also Walter Matthau. And then after the Second World War, it reverted back to the Air Ministry. It closed on the 20th of June 1960 for agricultural use, but there is a museum attached to here of the 453rd Bomb Group Museum. The 453rd flew 259 missions in their B-24 Liberators. Dropped a total of 15,804 tons of bombs, and with that, they lost 58 aircraft and a total of 366 airmen lost their lives serving here at Old Buckenham. So the aircraft we got on the screens is one of the Beechcraft Stagger Wings, the Beech Boys as they're called. This is we've also got Peter Kuiper's personal aircraft here, this one here. We just got to have some bit of faith for the wind up there. So it's not the rain that's the issue, it is the wind. It does affect aircraft of where they are, not necessarily here as well. So you can probably hear how windy it is up here. Goodness me. Other than the wind, it's a splendid day. It's quite warm. Don't forget to stay hydrated out there because it's still quite strong, that sun. Been a few cancellations and there are some changes to the schedule. But let's see what we're going to get today. Maybe we might have some surprises. Christoph Simon's Cat 10. The fantastic smooth display yesterday was amazing. It was good having a little catch up with him this morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may now be seated.
Turbulent Team have started up their engines. There's definitely going to be turbulence up there. And yes, they are an inverted Beetle engine, if I remember correctly.
Ladies and gentlemen, to open our show, the Orchestra of the Merlins.
Oh, wow. Here we go.
Steve, that's a sound. That is a sound that you don't forget when you heard it for the first time.
That is spine tingling. 3 Rolls-Royce Merlins attached as 3 of the most iconic fighter aircraft in British history. The Super Marine Spitfire.
And what we will be attempting to do in the commentary box is to making sure that we shut up every time we have a pass, a crowd line pass from the Spitfires and anything else with a very interesting engine, so you can hear the Merlins and the song of the Spitfire. So we'll shut up for this next pass.
Position out to the left for their next pass. What we have here are 2 Spitfire Mark 9s and a single Spitfire Mark 16. The 16 identical to the 9 in all but the engine. The Mark 16 have the Packard built exactly the Rolls-Royce Merlin engine. Apart from that, they're indistinguishable, certainly from the air. The Mark 9, considered by many as one of the most perfect Spitfire variants, has the bigger engine than the earlier examples, but still retains the beautiful handling characteristics. In this case, powered by a Merlin 66 in the 2 Mark 9s.
Is the Kent Spitfire. She was built in Castle Bromwich, 1944, and she is also a Mark 9. This aircraft is a flying memorial to RAF 131 Squadron, County of Kent. And Kent, of course, was the only county in World War II to fully fund an entire Spitfire squadron. She served until 1949, then was struck off charge with the RAF, sent to the South African Air Force, was eventually rescued from the scrap heap in 1992 for a complete restoration. eventually test flown at Biggin Hill in 2005 and joined Peter Monk's collection at the Biggin Hill Heritage Hand in 2011. This one is powered by a supercharged Berlin 66 and she has a top speed of 408 miles an hour.
The second of our Mark 9s is the aircraft which is leading the formation. Notice the D-Day Spitfire. This is MK912 and one of the first aircraft to land on the Normandy beaches after the D-Day landing on June 6, 1944. This is a genuine combat veteran aircraft. MK912 was built at the Castle Bromwich factory in 1944 and then joined the 312 Czechoslovak Squadron of the Royal Air Force. MK912 leads the break, formation breaking into tail chase now in line astern. So MK912's greatest claim to fame came on the 10th of June 1944, just 4 days after D-Day, when it was damaged by anti-aircraft fire over the D-Day beaches and made a forced landing on one of the Allied airfields just inland. Time, repairs got it back in the air, returned to combat. He eventually joined the 64 Squadron and carried out a number of missions during World War II. By the end of his operational career, he completed 86 wartime sorties. Went on to join the Royal Netherlands Air Force, the Belgian Air Force, and was then restored to fly. And is today based at Sywell, Northamptonshire, and wears the exact markings it wore on June 6, 1944, complete with the D-Day stripes.
Steve, let's talk about those D-Day stripes, because a lot of pictures you see of World War II aircraft, the D-Day stripes look like they've been put on by somebody dipping a yard broom in some whitewash.
That's exactly what they were.
And that's what they were doing?
Yeah, that's right. So the D-Day stripes were identification markings. So the idea was there would be lots of aeroplanes milling around over the D-Day beaches, and you wanted to make sure that the ground troops knew exactly who was friendly and who was foe. So if you saw an aircraft with black and white stripes, you didn't fire at it because it was one of ours. And you're right, they were put on with the yard broom. You know, the markings were applied on the night of June the 5th. And if you look at the width of those stripes, they're about the length of the room. So our formation is now split into a 2 and a 1. With MK912, that D-Day Spitfire leading the pairs formation, coming round from our left. You may notice the markings on that second Spitfire are not RAF markings, correct?
No, they're American, aren't they?
They are. The Americans flew the Spitfire as well. And this aircraft is factory known 42 by its owner George Hay. And it wears the markings of an American Air Force, United States Army Air Force 309 Fighter Squadron aircraft in 1944. Suffolk Spitfire. This aircraft commemorates the close wartime link between East Anglia and thousands of American servicemen who served on British soil during World War II.
I think at one stage this aircraft was restored by Talichet.
It was. This was David Talichet's airplane that was initially restored. Initially it was a Mark 16 with a double canopy. You see now this is solar routine for the Mark 9. This is GA805. This is the Kent Spitfire. Rolling off there, top of the loop into a half Cuban manoeuvre. Cuban 8, half a Cuban. Is he going to pull up and do a complete Cuban? Looks like it. There's something very special about watching a Spitfire doing lazy aerobatics against a blue sky on an English country airfield. Was developed to counter the threat posed by the German Focke-Wulf 190. The FW-190 came as a big shock to the RAF when it first appeared and really outclassed the Spitfire Mark 5. So the 9 gained that Rolls-Royce Merlin 66 and gave it extra speed, agility, flight performance.
The wings for the Spitfire, the iconic elliptical wings, and there was a story that Mitchell got a bit frosty with Bev. He said, basically, I don't care what the bloody wings look like as long as I can get machine guns in.
But it was one of the things that made the aircraft a war winner, wasn't it?
Bev Shenston retired. No, it was a fantastic aircraft and a fantastic achievement by the whole Supermarine team, led by R.J. Mitchell.
Join us again. So now 2 aircraft pulling up into their vertical manoeuvre. The signal connects its grab right. This is the Mark 9 leading the Mark 16.
was the visionary. He knew that we needed his aircraft at that particular time in history. He knew what was coming. And he knew that only his aircraft would do the job. And it did do the job at that particular time. Although we had lots of hurricanes, it also did a fantastic job. But I had a dinner with some Battle of Britain veterans at 3 o'clock in the morning. It was conceived that if we'd only had hurricanes, we wouldn't have won the Battle of Britain. If we'd have had all Spitfires, we would certainly have won the Battle of Britain.
Yeah, the Hurricane was definitely one of the deciding factors, but the Spitfire really had the propaganda value in the end.
It was Winston Churchill's Excalibur.
Yes, indeed. And in later research, a lot of the victories that were attributed to the Spitfire in German records were actually found to not necessarily be Spitfires. Everybody wanted to be shot down by a Spitfire.
Of course.
If you were a Luftwaffe pilot and you got shot down, it was the Spitfire that got me, Gov.
That's right.
But it was also something which united the nation. There were Spitfire funds, people collected their spare money, they collected their source funds to recycle into fighter aircraft, but it was the Spitfire that got that glory.
As we said, the 10 Spitfire, a whole squadron was financed by a county.
Yep.
And that sort of pulling together is amazing. Well, we're certainly getting our money's worth out of these Spits today, that's for sure.
It's a great scenario. Singleton flying low, the 2 pairs flying an aerobatic routine over the top. This is just delightful.
No illusions, ladies and gentlemen. This is not just guys going out there and having a hoopy. This is all very carefully choreographed to make it look exciting but safe.
Absolutely.
And that's what we're in the business of, exciting but safe. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, on their last pass, we want you to wave something as a substitute for a round of applause. They can't see a round of applause, they can't hear a round of applause, but they can certainly see you waving things. So if you've got a blanket, a flag, a tea towel, a jumper, or anything like that, when we give you the cue, give them a very big wave. They will see it, and they will be appreciative. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, they're forming up their last pass. So get whatever it is you've got to wave. When they come by, give them a fantastic wave, because that's a fantastic display that they've just given us. Normally a last pass is a straight level along the ground line.
Yep, that's them departed en route.
Oh well, we'll save the waving for later on then.
Wasn't that So that's big thanks there to our pilots. We had Jim Schofield flying MK912, the D-Day Spitfire. George Hay in 42, that's his own Spitfire Mark 16. And today we had James Hepner flying the Kent Spitfire. Now James is a young Ryanair pilot. He's one of the new generation of Spitfire pilots coming through. And that's the first time I've seen a solo display in the Spitfire from James. And that was really fantastic. Feed back on Facebook to him tonight, but that was appreciated, and I'm sure I can pass that on to everybody out there as well. That was a really good display.
Ryanair pilot, yeah. And all for 15 quid too.
There's no room for the bag though.
That's right. Yeah, bring your own seat. Well, you can save all that waving for our next display, which is the Turbulent Team. And they are definitely not Spitfires.
They are not. But they're certainly colourful.
They're
certainly characterful.
They are very characterful.
Now, we've got 3 aeroplanes taken to the runway. Now, what we normally do, ladies and gentlemen, is ask you to pick your favourite colour. Because we're going to have a little bit of a competition here. However, today, it may be a little difficult to pick your favourite colour because we have a yellow and white one. We have a yellow and red one, but we have a yellow one. So I have a feeling yellow is going to do well today. So what we will see today is a display of flower bombing, of limbo dancing, and balloon bursting. It was our first turbulence. There we are, the first one airborne now off the runway. Have a listen to that aeroplane. What does that remind you of?
Volkswagen Beetle with a broken exhaust system.
Exactly what it is, but without the broken exhaust system. That is a Volkswagen Beetle engine, a VW 1600 Beetle engine, converted to Turner propeller.
Really? Now there's the thing. Who would have thought?
So the Turbulent, kit-built aeroplane, plans-built aeroplane, originally designed in France by Roger Droon, and then some of these aircraft built in the UK at Rolleston Aircraft, so it's a mixture of factory-built and home-built aeroplanes, but it's single-seat, 1600cc, no roof, no radio, no electrics, not even a starter mode. You have to swing the propeller to get this started. This is real basic flying. Looks like they're hanging the washing out on the runway, Trev.
Yes, I've got a feeling I can sort of feel a little Caribbean lilt going on here. I think they're putting up the limbo poles, and they've got to. Pilots got to fly underneath these. These poles are what we call frangible. So if a wingtip hits them, they'll just either fall to the floor or they'll break up into little pieces, and that's the way to do limbo. Unlike a certain air display a long way away tried to do some limbo with some cherry pickers, and it took the wing off an aircraft.
Oh dear. No, that's not suboptimal.
Not the way to do it. They should have got the turbs to give them the lowdown.
So the Turb team are based at Damiens Hall in Essex as part of the Tiger Club. So the Tiger Club has been operating now for well over 50 years, teaching people not just to fly, but to fly aerobatics and to fly for fun. And the Turbs really do epitomise flying for fun. You see the 3 aircraft positioning out in front of us now in Vic formation. They're going to start with doing a little bit of formation work. And that is very difficult to do in a 1600cc Beetle engined aeroplane.
Especially in these conditions.
Especially in these conditions. It's tricky enough on a calm day. Today it's windy. It's also quite bumpy up there with the heat. So you will see the aeroplanes bouncing around in formation. That is normal. But you also have to remember that there's very little radio contact in here. So if you actually have a big lens, or if you have some binoculars, zoom in on the lead aircraft and you'll see him using hand signals to coordinate with the other 2 guys as to where he wants them to be in the formation. So they've turned back into wind now. So with this brief, they might be back with us by Wednesday.
There's a man out there with looks like his granny's duvet.
Oh,
He's
yes.
got stuff with something or other.
He's got lead shoes on, else he's going to get carried away in this wind as well with all that. So here come the turbs. You see them bouncing around.
Shall we give them a quiet pass so you can hear the engines too?
Yeah, why not?
Why not? Have a listen to this. What a lovely sound.
Isn't that great?
Bottle of wasps.
And you see the speed as they've gone downwind, how that's changed. The wind now blowing them downwind.
That's right. They're up to what, 35, 40 miles an hour?
Absolutely, yeah, definitely.
Coming around to a dead stop.
Now we ask you to give everybody a round of applause here at the show, but I think these guys deserve it more than everybody. They are working incredibly hard.
They'll need a good wave. They're working hard,
They are,
guys.
yeah.
They really are working hard.
So if you look at that lead aircraft from underneath, you can almost see through the wings. That's because it's covered in fabric. So this is a wooden aeroplane covered, it would have originally been covered in Irish linen. It's now probably covered in something called seconite, which is a more modern fabric. You iron it onto the ribs and then you shrink it down with a hairdryer or a heat gun. But this is like building a very big model aeroplane. So if you've got a reasonably sized shed, stroke workshop, or even somebody I know who built an aircraft in his dining room. He is single, I would point out.
I bet his wife was pleased with that. Is he a train spotter as well?
Couldn't possibly comment. Gone from Vic formation now into line astern. A tail chase.
Even this manoeuvre has got to be approved by the CAA. It's not just something you do, is it? You've got to learn it, you've got to be qualified to do a tail chase.
And this is something that the Tiger Club do very well. They teach the formation flying. And the Turbulent Team have walked through so many famous display pilots over the years. People that we're now familiar with flying warbirds, competition aerobatic aircraft, all cut their teeth on the Tiger Club. Yes, as you say, Trev, this routine has been carefully practiced, choreographed, rehearsed and approved before they appear in public.
Well, maybe the ladies and gentlemen don't know the procedures for display flying. You have to practice your display, and then you have to fly it in front of a display authorizer who will give you a display authorization. And you must stick to that display authorization when you're doing your display. If you don't, you're in big trouble. So it's not just make it up as you go along.
No, there are minimum heights, there are minimum distances from the ground, depending on how heavy your aeroplane is. Very carefully regulated for very good reason.
And then when you come to the air display, there is a team of regulators called the FCC, headed by the flying director, the flying control committee, sit here with a baleful look on their face, making sure that all of these regulations are carried out, all safety regulations are carried out. They're constantly watching.
Turbs are battling the wind into a beautiful break. One left, two right. And now the limbo pole is going up. Now, interesting in this wind, it'll be interesting to see who goes up. The limbo pole is down. They might be able to cross wind limits for the limbo pole, I think, Trev. Oh no, we're going to have another go.
Yeah, it's technique number 2.
It's brute force ignorance. Is that the one that normally works?
Well, I think there's not a lot of ignorance going on. There's a lot of brute force going on.
Here we go.
So they got to stand there holding that pole, and the pilots are going to have a competition to see how many of them can actually get under that limbo flags, those limbo flags, by flying probably to about 10 feet off the ground.
Now we've got Mike here in the commentary box. He's going to keep tally for us because Trev and I, we're not very good with numbers, are we, Trev?
No.
So ladies and gentlemen, pick your favourite. We have a yellow one, we have a yellow and white one, and we have a yellow one with red stripes.
Really?
Yellow and white, yes, it's very confusing today. So yellow and white coming in first. Now we noticed yesterday this registration is gassy. And made it highly appropriate today, I think.
Arms. Right, so they're having a quick look at it now, and they're judging whether they can get under there with the wind, as it is quite strong. Thankfully, it's more or less up down the runway, which helps. Here we
go.
First run in. Holding it off on the wind. Come a bit lower. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
Through on the first attempt. Advance. How did the second one do it? Oh, yes. Right, 3 out of 3 maybe? It's a bit high coming in. Now you asked me, Trev, about taking photographs with a smartphone camera. This would be a good opportunity to do that, so if you are towards the front, my advice would be don't follow the aeroplane. Keep your camera on that pole and snap when you think the aeroplane's going through. Lights like that. You might get a bit of motion blur there with the aeroplane zooming between the pole.
Technical.
Yeah.
Yes, they are quite photographic actually, if you get a good photograph of them on the limbo poles.
They're very pretty. They're almost cartoon-like, Turb, aren't they?
Well, they're Noddy's aeroplanes.
Yeah, but yes.
Noddy's aeroplanes. There should be books written about them, stories of the turbulent ones.
Right, anybody not going to go through the limbo poles?
They're all brave today.
Yep.
This last one's a little bit higher.
Yes, that's it. So a full house, I think that was for the limbo poles.
So we go over to the scores on the doors. How are we at the moment? All at 2 each. Well. What a
Right, so
revelation. Yeah, I think it's
is it flower bombing now?
It's hurling flower bombs at the ground.
There's one goes. That was long. So we talked about regulations and proof that these pilots have got dispensation to drop things from the aeroplane. You're not normally allowed to drop things off aeroplanes. Oh! I think that was a dead
That was an offset bomb, that.
Delayed reaction.
Bouncing bomb.
So I'm curious whether this has to be approved flour. Do they have plain flour to...
It can only be a certain weight, apparently. I think a pound's worth of flour. Pound of flour. Anything bigger, and then you would christen the ground crew.
Number one.
It appears to be dropping real bombs.
That's looking good. Oh, that was That was very close, but no bang.
No bang. Okay. Oh, what a shame.
Are we giving him that one?
Yeah, we'll give him that one.
He's the one
that actually got closer than anybody else. Yeah, that's the end of that.
Right.
So
now I can see the first balloon has been launched. Today's wind, I think our balloon launcher is going to be somewhere over about 4 fields away. Just the yellow balloon. And our pilot is now going to dive down slightly to try to get the balloon. Yes, first one.
Yellow, I believe, won, and yellow and red tied in second place. So it was white and yellow.
White and yellow with 5 victories. That does officially make him an ace.
He's an ace.
He's an ace with 5 victories.
He's a balloon ace. Excellent. Now this is the last part, I believe, the waving run. And this is where you've got to do your bit, ladies and gentlemen. They've done a good job, especially in this these weather conditions, this wind. So we want you to get your tea towels out, your jumpers, anything you can wave that they can see. They can give them a wave when they come past. They're coming past now, so they're waving past you. Also give them a nice wave when they come down and they taxi past you. So here they come.
That's the beauty of not having a roof on your aeroplane, is to give a very vigorous wave.
The Turbulent Team, wonderful. Great guys. Lovely, lovely aircraft. Give them a wave. They can see you. Certainly these people, these pilots can see you. Excellent stuff.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. They will appreciate that.
So they're turning around now. They're going to go downwind to land. It'll take a little while.
Well, we won't tell them what to go downwind. With the wind behind them, it'll take them a while when they turn back into wind.
Back into wind, yes.
Yeah, so we talk downwind, so you always land an aeroplane into wind. It will slow you down, so the aircraft will fly the circuit around the airfield. You'll hear us using this term quite often today. So the aircraft are currently downwind.
So they've got the wind on their tail.
That's right. And then
pushing them down the wind.
That's it. And then they will turn onto base leg, which is at 90 degrees to the runway. And then when they're happy, they're lined up with the runway, they've made any allowance for any crosswinds, they'll turn onto final approach, and then they'll be judging their speed and their attitude right the way down so they touch down on the runway. And these aircraft land in streams, so the first aircraft will land slightly longer than normal because he knows he's got two of his friends behind him and he needs to make space for them.
Of course, this is, for those non-aviation people with us today, this is the way that virtually all airports work, all aerodromes work, for light aviation at least. You've got a circuit, you've got a downwind part of the circuit. Now we've got one on finals at the moment, final. He's just about to touch down. And then he'll run down the runway. He'll extend his taxi roll because he knows, as Steve said, he's got his mates behind him. And even this has got to be authorised, doesn't it? The land after.
The land after approval, yes. Normally you can't land on a runway if there's an aeroplane in front of you. There's an exemption in place to allow this to happen. You can see there, gassy. So all aircraft registered in the UK, they have the letter G as their initial registration letter, G for Great Britain. And then the first one was AAAA, and then AAAB, and you can pretty much, as long as nobody's used your registration before, you can pick a personalised registration. So I'm just looking at the jet pits in front of us here, which is J Pits.
You may see a few aircraft with an N registration and some numbers. That generally means that that's an American registered aircraft, allowed to fly in this country but registered in America.
That's right. That's the third of our turbs safely down on the runway, on the grass runway. They're going to form up at the end of the runway and taxi in together, and I'm sure they'll be giving you a big wave as they do so.
Yeah. Another opportunity to give the guys a wave and say thank you. They've been working very hard. They do work very hard. These very tiny aircraft are much more difficult to fly and require more effort to fly than some of the larger ones. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen, get the waving tackle out.
Look at that vigorous waving there from the cockpit.
They love it, that's what they do it for. Certainly not the money. They do it for love, they do it for love of flying and love of displaying their aircraft in front of you guys.
Now looking out on the runway now, Trent, looks like we've got a helicopter lined. Is that a helicopter lined up on the right hand side of the runway over there?
No.
Is it not?
No. You're totally wrong.
That has been heard of before.
It's not a helicopter at all.
It's got a rotor on the top.
I don't care. It's not a helicopter.
So what is it?
It's a gyrocopter or a gyroplane.
Oh.
And there's a big difference between that and a helicopter, which you'll see in a minute. Those of you that can actually see that far up for where the Calidus gyrocopter is positioned. Now the gyrocopter or the gyroplane has a freewheeling main rotor, which means it's not in flight. It's not connected to the engine at all.
So it's not driven like a helicopter rotor. No, there's no direct drive.
No direct drive. Once you get it going round and round, once you get it rotating with forward motion, forward air going through the main rotor, it gives you the lift by freewheeling around.
Like a sycamore seat.
Exactly,
yeah.
Like a sycamore seat, yeah. And the motive power comes from the little engine behind the pilot at the back. A pusher engine pushes the gyroplane along and keeps the main rotor spinning. Now they do have, most gyroplanes have a spin-up mechanism which just cuts the takeoff roll so that you get the thing spinning. As soon as it gets ready to take off, you disconnect the main rotor from the engine, There he goes now, Peter Davis. You're looking at the world's best gyroplane display pilot, without question.
We've been doing it for 2,500 hours.
And here he goes. That is a wonderful little aircraft, made by Calidus, Germany. Inside, it's tricked out like a little spaceship. All of the navigation systems that you want in a small aircraft. So we'll let him display to his own music, and you sit there and be astounded like we are. Pete's climbed for height to do his descending spin. He's loving this wind. He's the only one that loves this wind. He's using this wind to his advantage. The more wind he gets, the more lift he gets. So he's very, very happy with the wind. He can hang about and play with the wind. Look at that. all the way down. Energy management at its finest. The good thing about the gyro, of course, is if your engine fails, nothing much happens. You just look for some nice little patch and you just float down like a sycamore seed and then fix your engine and hopefully go on your way. But it's a wonderful aircraft, misunderstood by a lot of fixed wing pilots because they don't know how to fly a gyro. Once they do, they're always Pete there waving his green hand, the big green hand. Give a nice wave. And also look out for his landing, because he does a very spirited landing. It's called a hook landing, and it's only done by gyrocopters, and it's a way of stopping quickly, losing all speed and then landing. So keep your eyes open for the hook landing. He's still got a few more tricks up his sleeve. A bit more waving, a bit more flopperty whoppering. Watch out, looks like it could be a landing. Watch for the hook landing. Building up a little bit of speed. No, not this one. Give a bow first before he does the landing. Do low level work. You can't hover in a gyrocopter, of course. You can't bow in a gyrocopter. You can't fly sideways in a gyrocopter. But of course, Pete does all of that.
Did he not read that memo?
He didn't read the message we sent out. You can't do that in a gyrocopter. You can do anything in a gyrocopter. He also flies this little bomb all over the country as well. You can't do that in a gyrocopter either. He's using that wind to his advantage. Could be the bow. There's a bow to the audience. Yeah, you can't do that in a gyro. It's giving us a little bit more flying than normal, which is very nice of them to fill a few gaps. This could be the hook landing. It's a little bit fast. There we go, there's the hook landing. Into the hook. Get rid of all the speed and you'll just drop it nicely and precisely onto the runway. Ladies and gentlemen, Peter Davis in the Calidus Autogyro.
Beautiful.
Never mind about the clapping, it's all about the waving. So when he comes back, give him a fantastic wave. He'll take his canopy open, put his flag on, and he'll be doing some waving back. So get all the kids to wave for him. He actually loves all that. When he comes back to the taxiway, he'll do a little bit of theatre with his flag. Now, Bridgie, you've got information of it?
I got some great information. Unfortunately, the wind at Duxford is also going to prevent our lucky 12 from joining us this afternoon.
Oh, I don't like that information.
Sorry, shall I go away and try and find some better information?
Bring me some better information.
Yes, that's it. Yes, that's certainly happened.
So we've lost the, there's a bit of a problem with the wind, is it?
It's a bit breezy.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll just run smoothly over that and go back to Pete Davis. He's getting his flag out. There he goes. He's waving hand, and he certainly wants some waving back, ladies and gentlemen.
He's a really good pilot, especially when you consider how big his hands are.
Yeah,
he flew up really well, didn't he?
Yeah,
with big hands.
With no hands. He can fly it. He doesn't even have to do anything apart from wave. Wonderful. What a great display.
Brilliant. Great. They say that's an aircraft that flies all over Europe to airshows and never fails to impress.
No, it never fails to get there either.
No. And now, taking off on our runway, is our next but one act. 3 examples of the Canada DHC-1 Chipmunk, one of those iconic training aircraft all the time. They're going to get airborne, disappear off into the hold, build some altitude, get into formation, while our next act flies for us.
This is an unexpected device.
This is an unexpected device. Do we know what it is?
I don't know. I think it's a Harvey type thing, isn't it?
Quick time, there we go.
It's not. No. What is it?
You've skipped one ahead of us.
Just a quick time.
What is it? I'm asking you, what is it?
Oh, I see.
Oh,
Enjoy the change.
wasted it.
Oh, yes.
We have a Currie What?
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 So this is Alex Rainier. It is Currie What, which is another home-built aeroplane. An aircraft that was designed in the 1930s and is still being built in garages and sheds and maybe the odd dining room across the country and across the world today.
Oh, all right.
Let's get this performance take off.
Well, they are actually darling little aircraft, aren't they, the Currie What?
I have to admit, I fell in love with this aeroplane yesterday. It is such a pretty aeroplane.
Goes all the way back to 1937 and was designed by Joe Currie, who Joe built 2 Watts, which he put up for sale for 250 quid each. He called them Watt 1 and Watt 2.
So why did he call it a What?
Well,
It's a silly name.
the name comes from the frustrated designer being harassed by his friends, continually asking Joe what he was going to name the aircraft. Finally, in frustration, he said, I don't care, call it what you like. So it became the Currie What.
And here it comes now from the right, just getting airborne. Isn't that a pretty little aeroplane? That's another aeroplane that needs a cartoon.
It does.
Drawing of it, maybe a children's book. Just sprightly take up.
Well, he can do that because that's a Super Wot. It has the larger Continental engine in it, and it's very smooth. Look at that.
That's smooth. That's great.
It's a Super Wot.
So they built various Watts, didn't they? So basically the Currie What is what he started with. Bigger engine went into the Super Wot.
That was the hot one.
There was a bigger engine for the hot Wat.
They tried one on floats, which was a bit of a disaster. That was called the wet Wot. And someone was brave enough to fit a Rover turbine engine into this little aircraft, which would have been called, had it worked, it would have been called the Jet Wot.
I was talking to Alex last night, and if you put an electric motor in, he could call it the Megawatt.
Correct.
But he did point out that the batteries would probably mean it was too heavy to take off, so he's not going to go down that route. Although he does fly electric aeroplanes.
He's a disappointed Wot then.
He does. He flies the Pipistrel, so he's display pilot on the electric aircraft. He's Sparky Wot, he's called so. But there's something very, very special about Currie What.
Lovely, aren't they? Famous Liv Bellamy at the Hampshire Aero Club had one of these built for the club. And Howard Penrose, who was the chief test pilot at Westerns, named his Airy Mouse. He wrote a children's book called The Adventures of Airy Mouse. That aircraft is still flying today and is up for sale.
It is. It's flying well at the moment.
Yeah, it's amazing.
It's unusual to see a Currie Wot actually being a Currie Wot, because the aircraft bears a striking resemblance to the Royal Aircraft Factory SC-5A, the First World War fighter, and that was because Joe Currie used to fly the SC-5A during the Great War. And a number of them have been modified over the years to look like SC-5s. They've got war paint on them, and the tail's been changed slightly, and the cowl changed. So it's nice to see one being what it actually is, rather than pretending to be something else. And the Great War Display Team have got 3 or 4 SC-5 replicas based on the Currie Wot that they fly as part of their show routine.
Well, Slingsby, the Slingsby Aviation Company, built 6 of these scale replicas and turned them into SC-5As.
That's right.
For film work. And I believe some of those are still around.
There is one on the Great War Display Team now. Matthew Boddington has one. He flew last year for the first time in many years. I was talking to Matt about a fortnight, 3 weeks ago, and we're trying to locate where the other 5 examples are, and we think they might still be in storage in a film studio storage facility in the US. So investigations are underway to see whether they are still there.
Flown today by Alex Rainier, who's it's his birthday.
He's giving up his birthday to come and fly for us today.
Yes, I don't think he's giving up too much, because I think he's having a great time.
Enjoying himself, isn't he? But what a jolly good chap.
His Watts are fully aerobatic for standard aerobatics.
Again, I was talking to Alex about this last night, and he said he does aerobat this aeroplane, but he loses quite a lot of height during the manoeuvres. So for an air show, he would rather do what he's doing now, wheeling around at a more sensible altitude. Otherwise, he'd have to be quite high to loop it and roll it, and you wouldn't get such a good view of the aeroplane.
Well, I suspect, like a lot of these very, very light aircraft, it's a lot to do with energy management. We've got one of the doyens of energy management here, Bob Grimstead, who flies and used to fly his Fournier, and he was an absolute, as we said, a doyen of energy management, because there was no power in that aircraft that he ran at all.
Today working on our flight control committee as one of our eagle-eyed spotters out on the line. This particular Currie Wot is actually a very famous one, because this was built by Nick Bloom when he worked at Pilot magazine, and the build was serialised in the magazine, so every month there would be an update on what progress Nick had made on his aeroplane.
So it's a current Wot then?
It's a current Wot.
Yeah, new Wot.
And it's registered, again, we've got G for Great Britain, and it's BGES. And Alex said he thinks that stands for best guess. And there's a wing rock. You see a pilot rocking his wings today, probably means that's the last pass.
And this wind's departure of the airshow.
Well, that was another delightful display, ladies and gentlemen, and another one that deserves a lot of waving, because again, he's in an open cockpit. He can see you. You can all sing happy birthday to him if you wish. He may hear you, he may not, but certainly he will see you all waving things, wave things madly.
And a beautiful 3-point landing there from Alex as he brings the Currie Wot in. Alex has asked us to dedicate today's display to his friend Edouard Boisseau, who was a member of the French aerobatic team and tragically passed away at the age of 37 earlier this month. And Alex flew this routine today in memory of his very, very, very good friend.
There's young Alex taxiing in, and you can start waving now, ladies and gentlemen. That's his round of applause. That's what he's come here for, his round of applause. He can't hear you, but he can certainly see you, so wave, wave, wave. I was so excited, I've got hiccups.
It's about to get a little bit noisy on the runway. This is raspy notes.
How rude.
I know. And the propeller blades going supersonic there as our harbour gets airborne.
That's the only thing that does go supersonic on a harbour, that's for sure.
You can see Alex here with the wing. He's struggling to position the aircraft on the wing. He's got two people now on the wings just to make sure it goes exactly where he wants it to be.
We don't have a tail wheel, do they? It's got a tail
skid, so it's even less manoeuvrable.
So we've got brakes or not?
There are brakes on that aeroplane, but the tail skid also acts as the brake. It will slow it down, but it's not terribly manoeuvrable. Alex has got his helmet off now, so if anybody wants to give him a big cheer and wish him a happy birthday, now would be a good time to do that.
Birthday, Alex.
Do it again in there, you know.
Yeah, amongst all that hair.
Alex is a very cool dude.
He is indeed.
He's a very cool dude.
So we are scanning the skies now for our 3 de Havilland Chipmunk training aeroplanes.
Just watching the Turbulents turning their aircraft around and shuffling them into order. Just one man.
Yes. Lift it up, put it over your shoulder. And here this Chipmunk's coming in from the left. So it's highly appropriate we've got the Chipmunks here this year, isn't it, Trev? So the type celebrating its 80th anniversary. Chipmunk was designed, first flew in 1946, as a replacement for the venerable Tiger Moth. The Royal Air Force needed a training aeroplane to replace the Tiger Moth. There was nothing wrong with the Tiger Moth, but times had moved on. They needed an aircraft that flew differently.
I think they realised that the era of the biplane was over, and they wanted a more modern aircraft. And of course, these were lead-ins to the modern aircraft that were coming through post-war. So it was time for something a little bit more rugged, a little bit more sophisticated, shall we say. Often you hear me use the word sophisticated and Chipmunk in the same breath, but that's what it was at the time in 1946. These were, they were state-of-the-art trainers.
Enclosed cockpit, monoplane, metal construction, tail wheel rather than a tail skid that you had on the Chipmunk, on the Tiger Moth.
And brakes.
And brakes. It was a generational leap forward.
That's a nice formation.
That's a lovely Vic formation of 3 aeroplanes in 3 very different colour schemes. So the aircraft in the lead is in the red and white, the raspberry ripple scheme that we are familiar with the latter years of the Chipmunk. So Chipmunk served with the Royal Air Force, the Royal Navy and the British Army in flight training. The aircraft on the left is in the earlier scheme, but it came into service, the silver with the yellow training bands. And the aircraft on the right, Simon Tilling's aeroplane, is in a civilian scheme, so the OAC Flying Club. So a lot of Chipmunks were sold new into private hands, and even more was sold when the Air Force disposed of them at various points in their career into civilian hands. So there are still a significant number of Chipmunks around, especially here in the UK. So the 80th anniversary was back in May. There was a big flying gathering at Hatley Green, Wolverhampton Airport. They hoped to get 80 aircraft there for the 80th anniversary. Weather beat a few of them, but they got around 67, I think, which is a really good turnout. And they came from all over Europe, and from France, Belgium, Germany.
All for some chips.
chipmunks when I'm writing, because I am a journalist, I write for a living. I can say chipmunk, I can spell chipmunk, I can't type the chipmunk. Every time I type chipmunk, it comes as chipmunk. So it is known in our house as the chipmunk.
Chipmunks, yeah. Primarily used by the RAF, the Royal Canadian Air Force, strangely a lot by the Portuguese Air Force.
Yeah, the Portuguese actually built them under license, didn't they?
Do they? Yeah. A lot were built in this country, of course. Hatfield,
yeah.
Over 1,000, but I understand.
Yeah. The bulk of it, it's Harding and Chester, also Hatfield. And significant numbers still flying around the world today. Very, very popular in North America, particularly in Canada, because of the types. Certainly so over there, but also in Australia, South Africa. Most European countries have got at least one, if not several, chipmunks flying.
It is said, of course, that if you can't afford a Spitfire, buy a Chippy.
Poor man's chipmunk, the poor man's Spitfire. I've heard that said many times. And I was talking to a Warbird pilot not very long ago who said to me that if the money ran out, he couldn't have his Spitfire, he'd have a Chipmunk instead, because the handling was just as nice.
Yeah, apparently there are similarities in handling characteristics and the pleasure of flying it as well.
And that's why this aircraft is so useful today, because if you learn to fly as a modern day pilot, chances are you probably fly something like the Cessna 152 we saw flying earlier before the show started from the local flying club here, which has a nose wheel. So if you want to go on and fly Spitfires or Mustangs or Hurricanes, you need the experience of flying a tailwheel aeroplane. So
a big tailwheel.
A big tailwheel aeroplane. So a lot of people will start their tailwheel career on a Chipmunk. There are flying schools around the country where you can do that. There are also flying schools where you can have a trial lesson in the UK in a Chipmunk. So if you're tempted to go and have a go at this yourself, have a look, and you'll find places that you can sample a good chippy for yourself.
Of course, both the late Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, and the then Prince of Wales, who's now our king, both of them fly in Chipmunks.
And the one that the king flew is still around. It's still painted in the all-over red scheme, which was applied to the aircraft when he was training. Also had a big orange beacon put on top of the aircraft, so they could identify it in the circuit, know which one he was in, and steer clear of it.
But he loved that.
Oh yeah. You couldn't get away with anything, could you, with a big flashing orange beacon on top of your airplane?
Yes. Prince of Wales flies here.
Yes.
Powered by an inline inverted Gypsy Major engine, 145 horsepower, and a startling top speed of 138 miles an hour. Two seats, tandem. Something that comes in and out of fashion regularly.
It does. Yes. Training, we're back into tandem trainers now with the Royal Air Force, the Texan and the Hawk. We've had side by side. Before that it was tandem. Before that it was side by side. And there we go for a beautiful break. Two flying off to our right. One climbing away to our left. There was a whole generation of Royal Air Force pilots who got their teeth in the Chipmunk. And there was a whole generation of air cadets who had their very first flight in the Chipmunk. So many of our people, many of our wonderful audience today, if they were in the air cadets in the 50s, 60s, 70s, even into the 80s, had their first flight in a Chipmunk. Mike in the cabin here is giving us a thumbs up. If you're an air cadet, or if you flew with the university air squadrons, the air experience flights, Chipmunk was the aircraft that you had your first flight in. And some even went on to solo the airplane as university air students and air cadets. High and to the left, our silver Chipmunk has climbed the height. And he's going to run in now and give us a display of just how manoeuvrable the Chipmunk is. Yeah, wonderful aerobatics that you can fly in a Chipmunk. Week while I was down in Farnborough, called Chipmunk at 80 by Ben Griffith. And there are lots of books that give you all the stats and the number of rivets on an aeroplane. This is not one of those books. It is anecdotes from the cockpit, and it's a wonderful read of what the Chipmunk actually means to people. Talking to Ben Griffith, who wrote the book Chipmunk at 80, about what makes the Chipmunk so successful. And he said to me, it's a mix of its forgiveness and its performance, and it just makes the aircraft perfect for a beginner because it's relatively easy to fly, but it's quite difficult to fly well, so it really hones your skills. And the same, I guess, can be said for the aircraft which is following it, which is the D6, the Harvard. So we'll talk about that a little bit later on.
Absolutely.
If you are coming through the Warbird track now to become a Spitfire Mustang pilot, you will probably fly a Chipmunk and then followed by the Harvard.
A beast of a completely different nature.
Yes.
One wonders what the thoughts were for the emerging pilots when they stepped out of a Chipmunk and got into a Harvard. With a massive great radial engine in front.
Yep. So our three Chipmunks now manoeuvring back into Vic formation, holding the letter V for Victor in the air. And if it's anything like they did yesterday, they'll be turning round to approach head-on to the crowd into a wonderful break. So if you've got your cameras ready, they will manoeuvre onto what we call our B-axis. So that's running, the A-axis runs left to right, the B-axis runs towards us. So they'll line up on that B-axis, and then we'll listen out for the call for the break. Now they are rolling out now.
Cameras rolling.
Braking, go. Wasn't that lovely?
Very nice.
the Ted Coningsby channel. If you haven't done so already, don't forget to hit the like button, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Hit the like button, give us a thumbs up. We've been cleared to touch and go on the like button. Do give us a thumbs up, it does help. military aviation and air shows. Be sure to subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. Don't miss out on the latest and greatest live streams and videos and shorts by hitting that notification bell button as well.
Just hang on to this leg. So I need to go and swap the back. Yeah, just hang on to that. Just hang on.
That's nice. Very nice.
Travelled into the future now, we're up to date.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the Chipmunks are now back down, and they're right down the far end, which is great because you can give them a wave down there as well, as opposed to all the lovely people up this end. So give them a wave, they can see you, and they can appreciate your waving. It's instead of a round of applause. Right, we're now going to hand over to, or say hello to, Debbie Dunlop. Hi Debbie.
Hiya.
Hi, and you're an instructor at ELSCON, and you're converting over to the Harvard, that's correct?
Yes, that's my dream, to fly this big beast that you'll see in a minute. It should be easy, because it's a training aircraft, but let me tell you it's not.
Well, it's got a massive great engine up the front, doesn't it?
For the start. 600 horsepower engine you can't see over when you're trying to taxi in it. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you cast your eyes out to the left-hand side of the airfield, you'll see Nigel Wilson running in this unusual, beautifully coloured Harvard. As you see, he's building his speed, it's all about energy management in this aircraft, and he's pulling up to his first pitches. So this is a genuine World War II Harvard. It was built in 1942. It was used during World War II for training, and it's also had service in the South African and Portuguese Air Forces. Okay, so I said this was a training aircraft. Correct, it is. It was used by the British. It was also used by the Americans. It's one aircraft, but typically it can't just have one name, can it? You might have heard of it, as we're talking about it, as being the Harvard. You might have heard it called the AT-6 Texan, and and you might have heard it called the SNJ6. More about that later. Nigel's just running in now to do a lovely barrel roll for us. There you go. Bit noisy. So why does it have these different names? Okay, so if you were learning to fly in the Royal Air Force, you would be flying a Harvard. And that's what this aircraft is here, because it had service in Harvard. If you were flying in the American Air Force, then you were flying the AT-6 Texan. Same aircraft, but a different name. And if you were one of the American Navy boys, then you were flying the SNJ-6. Same aircraft. He's just demonstrating an aileron roll for us there. Okay, so we said this was an advanced trainer. What does that mean? We go back to the days of wartime, as we've just seen the Chipmunks flying. Pilots learned to fly on those primary trainers, Tiger Moths back in the wartime, Chipmunks later on. And then they came to these advanced trainers, things like this. Okay, what did they learn to fly in this? What was different about this? Understandably, this aircraft had a lot more power, so as a student you learn how to manage that power. It also had undercarriage that goes up and down. So that's a good lesson for pilots to learn. Please make sure your undercarriage is down when you come into land, so the guys had to learn about that. It also had what's called a variable pitch propeller, so you had to learn how to manage that as part of your engine management. Instrument flying was taught on these aircraft, how to fly at night, how to do aerobatics, which Nigel's shown for us now. Formation flying they done in this, and then also dogfighting and gunnery. Okay, so that's what the guys would learn to fly. And then from that, they were streamed out to either go on and fly bombers or to fly fighter aircraft.
Question, Debbie.
Oh, yeah?
Variable pitch propellers. For the people that don't fly, why do the propellers need to be variable? Why does the pitch need to change?
That's a really good question. And my flying instructor examiner is sitting out there, and she tested me on that. And can I remember it? Yeah, it's all about the airflow. Getting airflow over.
It's to do with getting more revs out of the aircraft when you need it, and then you
basically in layman's terms.
Bring them in. And the other question is, you've obviously flown in this thing. We can hear that rasping sound because it's we're hearing the prop tubes go through the speed of sound. Can you hear that in the aircraft?
Yeah, you can hear it. You can hear the noise of the engine. You can hear that. So when we took off from Oakland on Friday, we went out. We were talking on the radio. We'd also hear it come back to us as well. So we can hear it when we're sitting there. We can hear it outside. Yeah, and it's very distinctive of those type of things. Yes, it is. Okay, so we talked about going on to fighter aircraft, and just a tiny little plug I'm going to stick in here. Nigel next month is actually flying on behalf of Polish Heritage Flying. They've taken their Harvard out to Poland to honour the Polish airmen that served there. So if you're interested on that, just go and have a look on Facebook for the Polish Heritage Flying. But those guys would have learned and progressed their skills on something like this. Okay, so Nigel's now going out. If he's following his routine correctly, he'll be making use of that B-axis that you guys have been talking about as well. And this is a good photo shot as he comes head on to the crowd up into a loop. There we go. This was Harvard because it saw service with the RAF, but the paint scheme has actually been painted up in the Navy scheme. No particular reason apart from the previous owner liked it, thought it was a pretty scheme and painted it up. So it's quite a unique aircraft on the display scene. It's also quite a rare one. It's a Harvard 2A. And when this was built and it was first used, it had what we call a Costerman tail wheel on the back. This one's been modified, as later ones were, to a lockable tail wheel, which is the same as the Mustang. So again, it was training for those guys when they were learning to jump into their fighters.
So you lock that tail wheel when you're landing and then open it up for manoeuvring?
Yes, you do, yeah. So that's part of the learning thing to get your stick forwarded. Oh, it's just so much to it.
A lot more than flying a chippy, that's for sure.
Yeah, but you still got those basic skills where you have to weave your nose when you're taxiing as well.
really see much out of it when you're landing?
No. That's why they do the curved approaches and things so that you can. And it's more difficult on the ground as well because you've got the big nose, as you said, to see. So if you live in this part of the world, you will see this aircraft around quite a bit, and you can actually get flights in it. So we operate flights down at Elstow. It's also regularly seen over at Duxford with classic wings. So if you liked what you've seen today and you fancy a warbird without having to spend the money for the Spitfire, have a look at something like that warbird.
Yeah.
It's got all the smells and feels of a
Well, it is a warbird. You are flying a warbird. Not a Spitfire, but for a lot less money, you get
Correct, and you'll get the feel. And you'll probably get covered in oil as well, but that's all part of warbird flying.
I'll fly a Spitfire as well. This is the last pass steps.
Yeah, so Nigel just signing off now with his last passes. He's gone from right to left. He's going to pull up and he'll turn downwind. And we're looking for the gear to come down. Okay, so that's one of the checks that we guys have to do in there. 3 greens is what they used to say. So we're checking that there we go. We can see those wheels coming down. So Nigel would be pushing his pumps in there and getting his levers down to get that gear down. He's looking for 2 lights in the cockpit, also 2 little snorks on the wing. Us guys on the ground here are just really pleased to see the wheels down.
I was say he was looking to get his wheels down. I was like hoping that the wheels would come down.
Okay. So yeah, there we go. So that's
very nice display, impromptu display to fill up some of our crosswind gaps, shall we say.
I know, that's typical, isn't it? Airshow days, bring on the wind.
Do you get to fly it back?
Yes, I do.
Oh, brilliant. Well done.
And I'm praying it won't be too much of a crosswind back at California. But yeah, no, that's my trip. That's my treat. So thank you very much for having me at Buckenham.
Well, thank you, Debbie Dunlop, who's progressing into the warbird scene. So well done. We need more female warbirds. We definitely need some more female pilots in the warbird scene, definitely.
Thank you.
out to the hold now is the Diamond Twin Star, which is our own little spaceship. Lovely looking aircraft.
It's great, isn't it? This is something you don't see very often as an air display.
Well, you don't see ever an air display.
No.
He flew for the first time, he did a display for the first time at the Midlands Air Festival, and this is his second display. He is what we call a tyro, which is basically a learner. Although he's a very experienced pilot in his own right, he's just entering the display arena, so he's called a tyro. So we're going to charge for him to come to our show. There he goes.
Now we talked about the VW engine on the Turbulent. Have a listen to these engines when these go by. Let's see if you can recognise what these might be. Those are diesel engines.
High-speed diesels.
High-speed diesels.
Yeah, the Italians pioneered high-speed diesels, and they get a lot of power out of a little engine.
And are very fuel efficient at the same time.
Very much so. The other thing that's good about them is that you can use jet fuel in them, as opposed to 100
lead.
lead.
So it's significantly cheaper fuel, and you use less of your cheaper fuel. So this is an aircraft which was designed for flight training, for twin-engine flight training. So if you are what we call a baby airline pilot, if you're coming through the airline training route, you will start to learn to fly. You get your private pilot's license on a single-engine aeroplane like the Cessna that we saw flying circuits before the show started. And then you need to move on to a twin-engine aircraft, because airliners are twin-engine or four-engine, so you need to know how to fly an aircraft with more than one engine, because in the event of an engine failing, you need to know how to handle that. And we've got asymmetric power, so if the engine's further out onto the wing, you need to compensate for that if that engine fails, and we need to learn how to do that. And this is the sort of aeroplane that you will do that element of your flight training on.
It's our own little starship. We should be playing this music from Star Wars. It's actually one of the first general aviation aircraft to be powered by diesel engines, and it was the first. This model was the first diesel engine aircraft to fly non-stop across the Atlantic.
Yeah. A real going places aeroplane, incredible range. Very common use with flying schools around the world now for commercial flight training, and also very popular with private owners as well. You can load the aircraft up, put 4 people in, some fuel, go touring. Touring around Europe, you can pop down to Switzerland, do some skiing down to the south of France. It's what we call a going places aeroplane.
Flown today by Jason Bouglis. His daytime job is a dental implant specialist. No, absolutely not an orthodontist. No, a dental implants specialist. He does very, very high dental work for implants and rebuilds of people's mouths and all that sort of stuff.
Skilled gentleman.
Very, very skilled. We have several of those on site today, strangely.
Explains why he's got such control ability with it. He's handling that aircraft very well. You'd imagine he probably need quite
absolutely
a good dexterity in that job.
He's very dexterous, I'm told. Flying a nice, safe display.
Top side pass there as you come through from right to left. But if you have really long wing, that aerodynamically efficient wing again, which makes it very, very fuel efficient. So a range of 1,400 miles, this aircraft. Cruise speed of just over 200 miles an hour. But one of the things that really makes this aircraft stand out from earlier twin-engine training aircraft is the cockpit. It's got two big glass, almost TV screens, so it's what we call a glass cockpit. It hasn't got the conventional round instruments you see in most aircraft. And one is what we call our PFD, the primary flight display. That gives Jason information about his airspeed, his altitude, his heading, all that vital information. And then he's also got MFD, a multifunction display. With that he can toggle through different things like moving maps, flight plans. He's got a digital checklist on there. But that's where he'll get his weather information, his traffic information. It's, and of course that's important going into modern day airlines. If you're training to be an airline pilot, the new generation of airliners have that cockpit setup.
This will be his, let me count now, 3, 4 yesterday. This is his 5th display ever.
Doing well, isn't he?
He's doing all right, yes, the boy done good. Very comfortable aircraft for long distances as well as training.
Well, that's a good job because he's flown it a long distance, hasn't he?
He has, yes.
Engines are, and that's useful for many things, not just for being a good neighbour around the airports that you fly from, but the aircraft is also can be converted into a multi-missions aircraft for things like search and rescue, customs and border patrol. So if you are flying around at a high altitude, chances are whoever you're trying to watch on the ground can't hear you with those very, very quiet engines. Nice shot there for the photographers when the light caught that wing against that dark cloud.
Jason actually flew this aircraft back from America, not in one go, but he flew it back across the Atlantic when he bought it. And he's now in the process of looking for another one, I think. He likes these aircraft so much that he's going to buy another one.
I can understand why. I got to fly one of these when we first came in the country back in the early 2000s. And this is a much more modern version. It's got better avionics, and it's I liked where I flew 20 years ago, so it can only be better now. That looks like a wing rock.
Wing rock, say thank you. Give him a wave. And that concludes his 5th air display,
wonderful,
of his career, of his new career as a display pilot.
But he has got somebody to say he's probably learned a bit from, which is actually his son, isn't it? Because it's an airshow family.
Well, yes, they are an airshow family, and yes,
Bruce's son.
Bruce's son is climbing up the ladder. He had his own formation team, the Monos. He's now just about to join the Raven, Team Raven, in their RV8s. And it's now a question of who's teaching who. And that argument will go on in the family for many, many years.
I'm sure.
So, Jason is now catching up to Bruce, and we'll see who wins.
So a nice wide downwind leg.
Jason also owns a couple of steam skybolts and a helicopter as well, so he's very, very well into his aviation. I reiterate what he does for a living. Not what you said and not what I said yesterday. He is an implant specialist in high demand, I have to say, correcting people's teeth. There he goes, landing.
Gear down, flaps down, sliding down into the wind.
Yeah, this little beast is quite slippery.
Yeah.
So you have to fly it down.
I think that's what you call a greaser.
Greaser. And
What a lovely angle.
much more pressure on tyros when they're taking off, landing and displaying, because they know they've got lots of eyes looking at them that are much more experienced than them. So it's very important that they don't get into the habit of flying for the benefit of the pilot's tent, and they just fly for safety and for the benefit of the public.
You say that, but the airshow industry is such a welcoming industry. So my experience is that it is a very welcoming industry, and I've been
Most times then, yeah, very welcoming. Yes, we do sort of welcome new tyros and help them along. A lot of the guys here will give a little word of encouragement, a little word of history. And that is a nice aircraft.
Thank you for giving me a wave. I'm looking at the back of the commentary point now. See hats and flags and arms and all sorts of things waving.
Well done, well done. When they come back into the pilot's tent, they tell us all this. We saw them, we saw a great wave at Old Buckenham. They were really enjoying it. And if you are, then show your enjoyment and wave at the pilots. Thank you very much.
So next up, we've got another kit plane. We've got a modern kit plane. So we've seen the Currie Wot, we've seen the Turbulent, now we've got the Vans RV8. This is Richard Van Brunsden's designs. So
This is another delightful looking home bill.
So running in from the right with smoke on, it's Mark Linney, the RV8.
We'll set him to music this time. And let you sit back and enjoy Mark's presentation. was Mark Linney's display. Very nice it was as well. Mark's an ex-Harrier and other fast jet military pilot. Also a commercial airline pilot and often is a member of the regulation team at UK Air Displays.
Beautiful. Well, I feel that we had a bit of a night beat for 5 there.
Now, you asked me yesterday, Trev, why this aircraft has got D-Day stripes. So I asked Mark
Yes.
why. Because he can. If you build your own aeroplane, you can paint it exactly how you like.
Oh, that told you that.
Yeah.
It's mine. I can do what I like with it. So there. It's very smart livery actually, isn't it? It's very nice.
It is. It's all Warbird-esque, isn't it?
Yeah.
It looks a bit like a P-51 Mustang maybe with that big teardrop canopy.
Yeah. Give him a wave, ladies and gentlemen. He might ignore you, but give him a wave anyway.
Clarice.
The pilots got to keep their wits about them when they're manoeuvring around an airfield like this, full of display aircraft all packed away.
He's giving us a wave.
Enjoying it. It's considering it was not looking great.
I've had a number of people contact me on social media to say they've been following the live stream of the event. So that'll be our friend Nico. Ted Coningsby is at the show. So thank you, Ted.
Oh, thanks.
It's a rather cool name, isn't it? Ted Coningsby.
Hey!
So I'm going to change my name to Russell Waddington. Well done, Ted.
Yeah.
Been doing a bit of live streaming and keeping everybody happy at home.
Thank you for that. Much appreciated. Apparently they can hear us talking.
Yeah.
Sorry. We do apologise, ladies and gentlemen at home. We didn't realise that we were going that far and wide. We'll try to do better next time.
That was cool.
I'm feeling peckish.
Now what? Is it tea time?
Tea time.
It's tea time. Hello, as a man who knows about things coming.
Hello.
Are you going to tell us information? We're going to turn the microphones off, ladies and gentlemen. There's information coming in.
Inbound.
Yep. Just coming now. Everything's been good timing at the minute.
Just behind you.
Back change. We're not fence.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to give you a break now. It's tea time. It's afternoon tea time. So you can go off and grab yourself a little fancy cake and a cup of tea.
Sounds good to me.
We're going to go and see if we can find one as well. You can have a little comfort break. We'll tell you what's going on. You're not going to miss anything.
We shall reconvene at about 3:10, I think.
We're going to reconvene. I like that. Yes, we're going to reconvene. Sounds a little bit like a council meeting, but you never know.
Order. Point of order, Mr.
Point of
Chairman.
order, Mr. Chairman. Get the tea on. So we'll come back to you a bit later. My friend Mike might play you a little bit of music. You never know if you ask him nicely. And we'll see you all in a few minutes.
See you shortly.
doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all enjoying the show. Goodness me, it's a little bit breezy. Been enjoying the Old Buckenham Airshow 2026 and the Sunday edition. And just before we start, we'd just like to have a big shout out to the 1986 Wyndham Air Cadets. So a big shout out to them, all the way from our very own squadron leader Ted Coningsby, who's waving at them now.
Doing all right. Yeah. Yeah. That's all right. Thank you. You can. A little bit. But yeah, it's always good fun here. Yeah, it's always good fun. Yeah, it's quite addictive. It's very addictive. Yeah, it's good. Right, here we go. I reckon they'll be starting in a minute. Right, how we doing? And
don't worry, there'll be opportunities after the air show today for any photos or anything signed. No worries at all. And my name's Nikos. I'm your cameraman. Sometime, well, not today. I've got a day off from commentary today, which is cool. And history, obviously, got to keep it limited. There's so much talking in the background with the so much commentary in the background. But hope we're all good. I'll be back to the regular stuff next week, to our regular military. Big shout out to the marshals. Look at them. Look at them there, the marshalling team. Look at them. Oi, oi. Colin, how you doing? Where's that, Colin? What have we got here? Yeah, this looks a bit tasty, doesn't it? God, some big, like, Tundra wheels, aren't they? Like Tundra. I wonder what we're going to get for the part 2. Up here today. I've been doing my best to keep balance. So nearby is our next item. It is probably the most famous Spitfire. I think it's probably deservedly known to have that title, the world's most famous Spitfire. It is indeed MH434, owned by the daughter of Ray Hannah, Sarah. We are looking forward to seeing a genuine... Oh look, it's Matt Wilkins. Big shout out to Matt. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Oh, you gotta love it. Who's coming out of here then? What have we got? Is it Leonardo? Is it Leonardo DiCaprio? Is he coming in?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we warned you that we would tell you when something was about to happen. Something is about to happen. We're moving into the second half of our afternoon show with Spitfire MH434.
Coming in. Oh, lovely.
Without question, the most famous Spitfire in the world.
Yay!
scheduled to come in 1 minute. So if you've got cameras, camera phones, now is the time to get ready, because this is a wonderful display from a wonderful aircraft. I'll tell you a little bit about it before we start to fly the aircraft, so we're not talking over this wonderful Merlin sound.
In fact, she's running in right now. So ladies and gentlemen, if you look to your left, Supermarine Spitfire MH434, the icon itself.
Incidentally, it was one of the many Spitfires that test pilot Alex Henshaw flew out of the factory for the very first time. One of the many attributes is that despite being rigorously maintained, she is basically in original condition, has never been restored. Partially in the audio business, that Spitfire has got a sound of its own, a recognisable sound.
It does. It does. It has a distinct
sound of its own. We don't quite know why. We've asked Sarah Hannah, who's here today with us as an honoured guest, and she doesn't quite know either.
But she agrees, the aeroplane has a distinct sound. I spoke to her during the break. She recalled an instance when she was about 8 years old. She was at school, and she heard in the distance the sound of what she thought was an aeroplane, and instantly recognised as MH434. Her own words, she ran the length of 3 mock pictures just to see her father appear over the trees with MH434. Her father, of course, is the legendary man. Another survivor, which is actually a combat veteran. She joined Trouble 2 Natal Squadron at RAF Old Church in 1943. Defending the southeast of England, supporting operations over occupied Europe. Principal wartime pilot of the South African Ace called Flight Lieutenant Henry Lardner Burke. And in 1943, Lardner Burke achieved multiple victories over German fighters while flying 434. He died at Focke-Wulf FW-190 on the 27th of August 1943. A few days later, on the 5th of September, he scored a second. And 3 days later, on the 8th of September, he shared in a Messerschmitt 109 victory, flying this very aeroplane. MH434 was sold to the Royal Netherlands Air Force, serving in the Dutch East Indies, present-day Indonesia, where it took ground attack, strafing and supply missions. Adding further to its operational history, then flew up with the Belgian Air Force until being retired in the 1960s and brought back to Britain.
Legendary Ray Hanna first flew and fell in love with 434 in 1970. When she came up for auction in 83, he bought her at once and started a world-beating display duo. He created the Old Flying Machine Company, which still operates 434 to this day, by his daughter, Sarah Hanna, who is an honoured guest with us here this weekend. MH434 is powered by a Rolls-Royce Merlin 63, providing 1,710 horsepower. And that gives an astounding top speed of 450 miles per hour and a max ceiling of 40,000 feet.
MH434 is also an icon of screen, large and small. She appeared in productions including The Longest Day, Operation Crossbow, the 1969 epic Battle of Britain, A Bridge Too Far, and TV series such as Piece of Cake. There was once a time, if you saw a Spitfire on the screen, probably MH434. It may well have been Ray Hanna or his son Mark flying it.
This weekend is being flown by another legend, Stu Goldsmith. Stu learned to fly in New Zealand at the age of 17 and returning to England, there was a tug pilot in Dunstable. And after gaining his CPL, spent 8 years prop spraying for Belka Air Services. He then joined Britannia on the 737. He flew the 757, 767 until early retirement when he joined TAG Aviation, flying the 757 Black Pearl on round the world trips. He's built various aircraft of his own, including Pitts Specials. Over 25,000 hours and 200 aircraft types in his logbook. Regularly flies at the Shuttleworth collection and flies for various warbird operators, including passenger flights in Spitfire and P-51 Mustangs.
That sounds like a possessed biplane now.
being rebuilt from fragments of aircraft. A dated late Navy. It's worth remembering what we're seeing here. It's not a replica, it's not a reproduction, it's not even a restoration. This is a genuine combat veteran Spitfire.
Last pass to the wing waggle. Last wing rock. Goodbye. And thank you.
Trevor, I've been coming to air shows for many decades. That was one of the best reptile displays, solo displays I think I have ever seen. There's something about MH434, especially when Stu's flying it. Yeah, we all remember Ray's iconic style. I think Stu is about as close as we get in the modern day era. I genuinely have goosebumps.
I wonder, just wondering, if that has a special noise, a special song, is it because it's not been restored? Is it because it's not been painted and put back together again? Is it? I don't know what it is, but that noise, that sound is definitely that aircraft.
MH434 has had different engines over the years, so it can't be the engine, it can't be the Merlin. It has to be an aerodynamic sound. But you're right, it does have a distinctive sound. You can hear Spitfire coming, and you know it's MH434. Maybe it's the echo of Ray. The echo of Ray in that aeroplane that we just hear.
There we go.
Well, we move on to something else. What are we moving on to now?
Something completely different.
What is it?
It's something which was really stole the show yesterday.
You don't know, do you?
I do. I'm getting that sample I want. You talked about Stu Goldsby building himself a bit special. We've now got somebody else who's built himself a bit special.
Yes.
But it's a very different bit special.
The insane bit special.
This is the Muscle Pitts, Rich Goodwin's Muscle Pitts, which has... So, Curtis Pitts designed the bit special in 1944 as a small aerobatic biplane, 90 horsepower. This thing's got a bit more than 90 horsepower. This is the souped up hot rod of the air. This is the Nissan Micra with a big spoiler on the top.
He wouldn't thank you for that.
Rich had a Muscle Pitts. We had 360 horsepower on the front, big control surfaces. It went well, but it wasn't good enough for Rich. He wanted to go even better. So what we're about to see, ladies and gentlemen, on the roll now, the Jet Pit Special. Watch and listen. Iconic, characteristic knife edge pass to start. When it spools up those links, jet engines that's strapped over the side of the fuselage. And it goes up like an Apollo rocket. Excuse us while we just smoke out of the commentary points.
Don't need any music for this one, do we?
That is the sound of a propeller literally beating the air into submission. This aeroplane uses brute force. Tumbling upwards. And into a flat spin on the way down. This is not your granddad's bit special, This is really something else. The wing is different. He took inspiration in coaching from Skip Stewart in the US with that swept leading edge on the top wing and the bottom wing. And look at this, inverted into an inverted turn, flat turn.
That's tricky.
That is very, very tricky flying. So using the rudder there to keep the aeroplane turning whilst the wings are flat to the air. That's negative G. And into a tumble, negative flick. Using that power again to pull away straight into the vertical. Winding things up. probably minus 3G at that point. That's 3 times the force of gravity, trying to pull Rich out of his seat. So just to explain G, Trev, we're sat here in the commentary box, we're experiencing 1 times the force of gravity.
That'll do me.
That'll do. So 2 times the force of gravity, 2G. That's like me sitting on your lap.
Don't do that.
I won't do that. 3G is when Mike sits on my lap on top of your lap.
Don't do that.
That's what I mean. And negative G is that feeling you're getting into when you go over it. That's the so of course we're talking about negative G minus G. That's true now. Rich is being pulled out of his seat. If you get a chance to look in the cockpit of this aeroplane, it's not just got a 5-point harness, it's actually got ratchet straps too. It's strapped into the seat. And climbing upwards now with the jets.
Well, this is called the Christmas tree. Spin. The smoke there getting caught between the wings as the aeroplane comes spiralling down in that flat spin.
Well, Rich has got an 8.3 litre Lycoming piston engine in that thing. He's also installed 2 screaming linked turbojet engines to increase the power to 1,700 pounds of combined thrust. With an aircraft weight of only 1,500 pounds, this is pretty close to 1-to-1 power ratio.
I think we'll see an example of that very shortly when Rich brings this aircraft into almost a hover.
Stops.
Yes. To coin a phrase from my younger visitors, the math ain't mathing on that. It should not do that. Just going to swing up again. That must be really discombobulating. Oh, there's that negative G. Into what Rich calls the world's smallest loop.
Rich disassembled the bits and hand-built 2 new ultra-high-spec wings to complement all this power. And he did it all in his workshop in his back garden. Some would call it a shed, but I'm too polite.
So when Curtis Pitts designed the Pitt Special in 1944, he wanted a compact aerobatic aeroplane, and that's exactly what he created. It's around 17 feet long, wingspan of about 20 feet. So it's very short. Makes it a very close coupled aeroplane, which makes it very suitable for doing these flick rolls that we've seen Rich doing.
The reason that he built one was, of course, he couldn't afford to buy one.
Exactly.
So he thought, I'll build one instead.
What a legacy he started. The first Pitts flew in 1944. During the 1960s and 70s, they dominated international aerobatic competitions. Pilots flying Pitt Specials won numerous American and World Aerobatic Championships. They really set a benchmark for aerobatic flying right through to the 90s, when aircraft such as the Extra 300 and Sukhoi Su-26 started to appear on the circuit. For many years, if you wanted to win an aerobatic competition, you needed to get yourself a Pitts. And even today, they're still very popular with intermediate and advanced competition aerobatics.
Jet engines that he's got to use up before he lands, I think.
Every time I see this aeroplane, it makes me smile. It makes me giggle, because it shouldn't do what it does.
I wonder what would happen if we put those jet engines on the Calidus Autogyro, because that's not supposed to do things.
That's true. That would be that'll be a double negative, wouldn't it?
Yeah, great. I think that is actually about it, ladies and gentlemen. What a display that was.
Incredible.
Really, really, really. You're not going to get much of a chance to wave to him. I think he might want when he taxis in, but he's going downwind now to land.
Taking a very wide downwind, like just let that engine cool down a little bit. He's been working that very hard.
Well, tell him you gave him a really nice round of applause. One of the early United States display pilots, Betty Scout, nicknamed her Pitts the Little Stinker, as Curtis often put a picture of a skunk on his aircraft. We don't quite know if this was a reference to some handling characteristics or the weird shape by the standards of the day, but we think that Rich's fire-breathing bird should be named the Jet Stinker.
I'm not saying a word.
I'm not sure whether I like that.
No, I
will probably won't tell that. Do you know what on earth is happening?
We're waiting for Rich to land.
Yes.
And then our next display act will be the consolidated PBY flying Catalina. We've had a short break before that. We had hoped to see Christophe Simon with his Cap 10, his avion with his Cap 10. Unfortunately, the wind is out of crosswind limits for the Cap 10.
Yep.
So Christoph very sensibly is remaining on the ground. It's better to be down here wishing you were up there than up there wishing you were down here.
Absolutely.
And that is exactly what Christoph is doing. So a very wise decision there not to fly in this crosswind with the Cap. The Cap, a very squirrely aeroplane at times. And here's Rich now bringing the pits in for a wheeler landing. You see him now working the rudder hard to keep the aircraft straight on the runway.
He's waggling that, isn't he?
Yeah, a big paddle on the back. And again, you can hear those turbines whining as it comes in. Just watching our friends from the Falcons parachute team, they're just letting their wind indicating balloon off to go and see the direction and the strength of the wind. It's whizzed off over our shoulders.
So give Rich a wave as he comes in. We'll tell him you gave him a nice big round of applause.
Oh, look at that. Shut down the propeller and taxiing in on the jet. That's showing off.
Using up some more power.
Yes, that really is showing off, isn't it? Then why wouldn't you? I don't think an airshow is an airshow until you've had a bit special. No, I'll go out on a limb and say that.
Yep.
Every airshow should have a bit special.
And a gyrocopter.
And a gyrocopter. Maybe a turbine.
And a B-17.
And a Currie Wot.
And a Currie Wot. Yeah, this wind is really getting up, isn't it? So you can see some of the reasons why people are we do apologise, sort of apologise, but it's not our fault and it's not anybody's fault.
We never apologise for safety.
No.
Safety is what we are about. Aircraft like the B-17 are very irreplaceable. And I quite like Christoph, and I wouldn't want him to go up and in conditions that he wasn't comfortable in.
No, not at all. In fact, one of the things in the pilot's briefing very, very heavily outlined that anybody for any reason that doesn't really feel that it's right to fly today, or whatever day the display is, they can sit it out if they want to without any problems.
No, there's no shame, there's no repercussions.
No.
If you don't feel it, if it doesn't feel right, it's not right.
But the thing is, if it's not right for your particular aircraft, there's some aircraft that are better off in crosswinds.
Yep.
There are others that are more tricky, and it's just not worth taking the risk. So that's why we always tell our pilots, you know, if you're happy, you go. If you're not happy, have a cup of tea.
An aircraft has a crosswind limit, but a pilot has his own limits as well. So you fly to your own limits, not necessarily it might not be to the limit of the aeroplane, but if you're not comfortable, you don't go. So we have a few minutes now until the Catalina. In fact, looking over my left-hand shoulder, she's running in right now. So, running in from your left, ladies and gentlemen, the consolidated PBY 5A Catalina missed pickup. Of the 3,305 PBY Catalinas built, less than 10 remain airworthy around the world, and this is the only example in Europe. The Catalina first flew in 1935, designed as a flying boat patrol aircraft for the US Navy. The example we see here is an amphibious version. You can see the wing floats extended now from the wingtips. So the aircraft's also got a boat-like hull, enabling it to land on the sea, which meant it was ideal for long-range coastal patrols, anti-submarine work, and also search and rescue. And the aircraft we see here is painted as a US Army Air Force 0810, called Miss Pickup. Catalina crews would routinely fly missions lasting 15 hours or more over an empty ocean. Flying at 100 knots, that's about 115 miles an hour. Catalina wasn't built to get anywhere quickly, but it was designed to stay there until it got the job done. This aircraft is a Canadian-built Vickers Canto, equivalent of the amphibious PBY-5A Catalina. Entered service with the Royal Canadian Air Force in 1943. Spent his career on Canada's Pacific coast.
This one, Steve, is configured in the emergency rescue configuration. But in anti-submarine configuration, the Catalina could be armed with three 303 forward-facing machine guns, a 50 caliber machine gun in each of the side blisters, 4,000 pounds of bombs, 2,000 pounds of bombs, and 2 torpedoes. Well, if you really wanted to get angry, 4 325-pound depth charges. So it's a pretty formidable aircraft if you happen to be a submarine on the surface.
You did not want to be on the wrong end of this aeroplane, did you?
No.
This aircraft retired from military service in 1961 and became a water bomber, fighting forest fires across Canada, until it was acquired and brought to Britain in 2004 by Blake Sailing Limited, syndicate based at the Imperial War Museum at Duxford.
I think this is her last pass. So give her a great big wave as she gets down the second part of the crowd line. The crew are all in there looking out the windows. What a lovely shot.
Against those dark, moody skies, it really adds to the drama and atmosphere that goes with such an incredible aircraft with an incredible legacy.
That's a wing rock.
That's a wing rock.
Bye-bye.
Away on the B-axis.
It's a very slow wing rock, very ponderous wing rock.
As the Catalina flies away, it's perhaps most famous in British service for John Cruikshank. And I think you met John, didn't you, Trevor?
I had.
John Cruikshank won the VC, the Victoria Cross.
That's right, yes. During the fabulous Great Warbirds air display, I had the honour of interviewing John Cruikshank, who at the time was a bank manager. He'd gone back to civvy life. He was a bank manager, and he was a bank manager, and he did hang on a minute, I've got people talking in my ears. There, we're back again. I can't speak to 3 people at once. Yes, what was the story with John Cruikshank?
John Cruikshank was 24 years old. 1944, flying a Royal Air Force Catalina off the coast of Norway, 300 miles west of the coast, and they picked up a radar contact. It was his 48th sortie. Moving in, they fired recognition flares, and in return they got a barrage of anti-aircraft fire. They'd found a German submarine. Nearly 10 p.m. An attempt to drop depth charges at 50 feet failed. Cruikshank took his aircraft round again, but now the Germans knew he was coming. He pressed on the attack. This time the depth charges successfully straddled the U-361 and sank it. But the U-boat's gunners had damaged the Catalina. They started small fires and wounded the crew. The navigator, Flying Officer John Dixon, passed away in the aircraft. Flight Sergeant Appleton dressed the crew's wounds, including the wounded hand of the second pilot, Flight Sergeant Garnett. Cruikshank collapsed at the controls, had to be taken aft for treatment. He was revived and insisted on going back into the cockpit, taking the co-pilot's seat. Flight Sergeant Fiddler was on his very first sortie, took over flying for the 5-hour trip home back to the Shetlands. The Catalina made it back, the Cruikshank refusing to take pain-killing morphine because he knew it would have diminished his alertness. Arriving back at Sullomvo, they realised it was still dark. There was no way they could safely land the aircraft in the dark, so they circled for an hour waiting for the sun to come up. Landing on the water, they realised the aircraft had been so badly hit that the bullet holes were letting in water, the aircraft was leaking. Cruikshank gunned the power, ran the aircraft up onto the beach to stop it sinking. They were extracted from the aircraft. The doctor found that John Cruikshank had 72 wounds. Among them, 2 in his lungs, 10 in his legs. He had an immediate blood transfusion and was transferred to hospital. He survived. He was awarded the VC, as you say, for his gallantry. There were only 4 Victoria Crosses awarded to Coastal Command during the war. 3 were posthumously. John was the only who survived. John passed away last year at 105 years old.
That is absolutely amazing. I, as I said before, had the honour of interviewing him, and he was such a mild-mannered gentleman. You wouldn't have thought that he'd gone through all that, survived it, rescued his colleagues, finished up his job in the RAF, and then gone back to be a bank manager. And the fact that he lived after all those injuries to 105 was absolutely astounding.
I know there was an attempt to have a 100th birthday party for John, and he refused. He didn't want any fuss, and I think that summed up John.
Absolutely, John. Yeah.
He did his job. He got on with his life after the war.
And as it was so helpfully pointed out to me by several people while I was trying to commentate, there are moves to try and bring back a modern version of the Catalina.
There is. This is something I discovered at Farnborough this year. There's an organisation in Australia looking at reviving the Catalina. So with turboprop engines, composite construction, there's been a big resurgence in amphibious flying boats over the last few years, particularly areas such as India, areas in the South Pacific, island hopping, and both from a military and a civil point of view. There's an increased need for aircraft that can fly in that region, and seaplanes, most of our planet is made up of water.
Absolutely, yeah, and a lot of the seaplanes that are available are float planes, and they're not as robust as a boat-hulled amphibian. There's a lot of little islands and a lot of little countries, in fact, that haven't got the money for all the space for a large airport. But a 50-60 seat amphibian will do the job.
We're also seeing a number of electric-powered seaplanes coming through now as well in the works. And the big push for hydrogen power as well. Hydrogen being close to the sea actually enables you to actually make that hydrogen right by where you need it.
I'm going to take a punt on this, and I reckon that the electric planes are a bit of a dead end. I think eventually we'll go to all hydrogen-powered aircraft as the emerging countries will be able to produce hydrogen ridiculously cheaply by using solar power.
Absolutely, it has to be that green energy.
Yeah.
Making hydrogen is very power intensive, so if you're making that with power off the mains, then it's not green hydrogen.
Yeah.
You need that solar power, as you say, or wind turbines to actually make the electricity to create the hydrogen. But yes, I agree. I spent time this week with a company called H2 Fly at Farnborough, big exponents of hydrogen power. And one of the restrictions we have at the moment is we don't have the infrastructure at airports. We can get aviation fuel to airports, but we haven't got the pipage and the storage facilities at airports. But their argument was it's quite easy to do. You know, you can store it in a gaseous format, and then you can condense it, make it into a liquid as and when you need it. And I didn't realise hydrogen doesn't have shelf life, so you can leave it in that tank. Make it when electricity is cheap. Leave it in the tank until you need it. So
as long as the tank hasn't got a leak, because it's a very leaky stuff.
It's very leaky stuff. Oh, we've got an aeroplane.
That's splendid.
What we have here, ladies and gentlemen, is not necessarily what it looks like. It looks like a Fiesler Storch. It is actually a Slepkev Storch, which is an Australian 7/8 scale replica of a Fiesler Storch, which was a Luftwaffe reconnaissance aircraft, World War II. I think they have some fun in this wind, because that is an aeroplane with a good strong headwind that you can almost get to fly backwards.
Sometimes when you don't want to. Generally powered by a Rotax 912 100 horsepower engine, giving a max speed of 93 miles an hour flat out.
Downhill with the wind behind you.
More importantly though, it stalls at only 25 miles per hour, giving it amazing stall capability.
Yeah.
Very much like the original. It's interesting that the original Fiesler Storch was a little bit bigger than this one. Has a 240 horsepower V8 Argus engine, but is only 16 miles an hour faster.
And a very thirsty engine. I remember Pete Holloway flew one in the UK for many years, and I spoke to him. He said, mile for mile, it is less fuel efficient than a Spitfire.
Yeah, guarantee it. They rescued Mussolini from a mountaintop in a Fiesler Storch.
They did. It's probably one of the most famous Storch flights of all. So the aircraft was designed for observation, taking off and landing in a very short space, and they used that to their advantage to get on the hilltop to get Mussolini to safety. So the original Storch had drooping ailerons. It didn't just have the flaps on the back of the wings, the ailerons drooped as well to give you really, really slow speed and handling characteristics.
They have the flaps as well.
It's got slats on the leading edge, yes. Yeah. Leading edge slats, slotted flaps. So yeah, slats and slots.
Now I don't know what's going on here. There's a bit of a wait, probably waiting for the gusts to die down, or the Storch to come round and be jumped.
Well, those of you who can see, there's a Piper L4 grasshopper lined up on the runway with two of our ground handling crew holding onto it in the breeze right now. So let's make sure it gets where it needs to be.
Or where it doesn't need to be.
Yeah. So our Storch now running in from the right.
Now this is a very, very famous action, ladies and gentlemen, which we'll develop as the display goes on. Now here's this Fiesler Storch bimbling along at the end of the war, and doing a little bit of rock and roll in that wind. Question is the Grasshopper going to be able to catch up with him? Now there's
That's
a Storch
got to be close to that 30 miles an hour.
giving us a display of nearly hanging around, nearly coming to a dead stop.
That is slow, man.
And he can do it on 100 horsepower. Rich does it on 1700 horsepower.
Our ground handlers have now moved away from the Grasshopper.
Ah, look out.
So what we are looking at recreating here for you, ladies and gentlemen, is an event that took place on April 11th, 1945, the last few days of World War II in Europe. Summer over Germany. The crew of the Piper L4 Grasshopper, which is the type which is about to get airborne, was stooging around. First Lieutenant Dwayne Francis was the pilot, Second Lieutenant William Martin was the observer. They were in an unarmed Cub. This is basically a Piper Cub. Unarmed. There we are, getting off the runway now. And they were flying around, and they happened upon a Fiesler Storch. as far as our American cousins were concerned, that Stork should not have been where it was. So they went alongside and tried to harass him a little bit. But what do you do when you haven't got an armed aircraft? You're not flying a Mustang here with machine guns and cannon. And
it wasn't an armed aircraft, and they wanted to make it surrender. But initially, the German wasn't having any of it. He knew, or he thought he knew, that the Cub was unarmed and therefore couldn't really touch him apart from crashing into him, which wasn't likely. So he kept flying, and the observer in the Cub got more and more annoyed and excited
and incensed,
and they got closer and closer and closer, and eventually the observer pulled out his pistol, opened the window, and started firing his service pistol, which was, I think it was a 1911 automatic.
Colt 1911
automatic. But there were quite a few bangs up the spout, so he had a few attempts. And then he started firing at the Fieser Torch, much to the amazement of the Storch pilot, who suddenly saw bullet holes appearing in his windscreen.
Well, of course, whereas the Cub wasn't armed, the Storch, in theory, had a machine gun.
It did have a machine gun, yeah. So it could have fought back, but it didn't, thankfully.
Well, on this occasion, it was just being flown by the pilot. There was no observer in the back. So I bet he wished he'd taken him mate with him that day.
Absolutely, yeah. It could have been a completely different story. And here they are, sizing each other up, trying to get as close as they could to get a shot in.
Yeah, they're positioning now, look. That sounds very much like a Colt 45 to me.
That's a Colt 45. Give him another shot.
Oh. Missed it so far.
Close, very close now.
So Francis and Martin got within 30 feet of that Storch.
That's not far off now. One more go. Come on, Herman. Admit defeat. I think we've got him.
It's harassed, being well and truly harassed,
Yes,
isn't
I
it?
think we've got him. He's trying everything he can to get away. We've got about 3 more bullets left. So, eventually,
Let's have another go.
he's not giving up, is he?
He's not.
He's still having a go.
The thing is, you can't run away very quickly in a Storch, can you?
Can't do anything very quickly in a Storch. So this would have been going on for quite some while. While the Storch is trying to get away, and the mad observer is trying to empty his magazine into the German aircraft. You will land and you will surrender is the message. Two more.
Oh, he's smoking, he's got him, he's got him.
He's got him, ladies and gentlemen. He's hit a vital element on that aircraft, and now he's being forced down, and that will be the end of the Fieser Storch, and that brought the air war in the European theatre of World War II to an end, because that was the very, very last action by 2 aircraft
In Western Europe.
in Western Europe in World War II. That was it.
So what actually happened was Francis and Martin struck the windscreen, so obscured the view, and then they managed to hit the fuel tank. So the German pilot was forced to land. He tried to land safely, but he clipped some trees, but he was okay, he got out of the aircraft. And it just so happened that an American armoured column was passing, and the Germans surrendered and to the passing
column, not to the mad observer. Excellent, great story. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. History in a nutshell.
How you doing? All right? I'll come.
Come up there, I'm good with heights.
I don't know. Are you sure you're good with heights? Hang on. I'll be right back. Hang on. How's it going? Oh, it's you! I've never seen you on the ground moving. I only see you up the anchor, Rick.
The Grasshopper is safely back on the ground, whereas the Faisal Storch was designed purposely as a reconnaissance aircraft for the German military. The Piper Cub was not, the Piper Grasshopper was not. It was designed as a private aircraft, a civilian two-seater, and was impressed into service. And just taxiing off the runway now. Thousands and thousands of Piper Cubs have been built over the years. They were integral to artillery spotting in World War II, played a vital role in D-Day, and still a favourite now with private pilots. There's something quite special about flying a Piper Cub on a summer's evening with the door open.
So we will wave, ladies and gentlemen.
So we've seen the main Luftwaffe artillery spotting aircraft, the Storch. We've seen the Piper Cub from the United States Army Air Force. We're about to see the Westland Lysander, which was designed to do a similar job for the Royal Air Force. That aircraft is currently in the hold. Just come off the hold now to run in from our left. One of the most distinctive looking aircraft you'll see today, with that double tapered wing, big spatted undercarriage, the Westland Lysander.
aircraft started off as a cooperation aircraft for the Army for artillery spotting and communications. Unfortunately, most of the fleet that went out in the Battle of France were decimated by the Luftwaffe, and as the poor old Lizzie was too slow and unmanoeuvrable against Bf-109s, the survivors were brought home, and it was assigned non-frontline duties, but did have a role creating the Air Sea Rescue Service. The Army was scathing about the Lizzie and said it was unsuitable for the Army because it was too fast for artillery spotting, too slow to avoid German fighters, too big to hide, and too heavy to land on soft fields. However, in 1941, the 138th Special Duty Squadron was formed to support the clandestine missions of the Special Operations Executive to insert and collect secret agents and downed airmen. These missions were highly specialised and very risky, and the highly skilled pilots flew just by moonlight, a map and a compass. They would generally land on rough fields just with the aid of a few dim torches. Sometimes the landing fields would be so dangerous that the agent would wear a highly padded jumpsuit, roll out of the Lizzie whilst it was still in the air, and bounce all over the field. Lysanders were used by a number of other air forces, and after World War II, a few of them were even used as crop dusters. So where else did it see service, Steve?
Well, as you say, the Canadians used it as a target tug. It's most famous for its special operations executive work. This aircraft spent a lot of its time in Canada. It's actually a British-built Western Lysander. There are 83 Lysanders flying in the world now. This is the only British-built example. The other two are Canadian license-built examples, including the one at the Shuttleworth Collection.
So you've got two in this country and one in Canada?
And one in Canada, yeah.
We're lucky then.
We are incredibly lucky. So this aircraft spent a lot of time in the US with the collectible Kermit Weeks. It was never restored until it came to the UK. And John Remain's Aircraft Restoration Company returned it to the skies. As you see here, it's got those little stub wings on the static fuselage, little bomblets. Homeland Defence for...
Yes, they were going to use it if we were invaded, weren't they? They were going to use them all with small bombs to have a crack at all the landing fields, all the landing beaches.
That's right, yep.
They'd be peppered with Lysanders and 25-pound bombs.
So this aircraft spent most of its time as a training aeroplane in Canada, flying as a T3 variant. Survived the war, as so many did in Canada, because it was sold the farm. Dragged out into the prairies, and farmers used everything they could for the aeroplane. They drained the fuel out of tanks, they used the screws, the nuts, the bolts, the wheels were put onto the tractor trailers. And if it hadn't been for that, we'd have no Lysanders. The majority of surviving aircraft came from that Canadian source.
You might not think it, but that is actually quite a large aircraft. You get that close to it. It's big.
It certainly is. I got the chance to climb up into it, and it's a bit like mountaineering. You've got certain handholds, you need to put your hands and your feet in the right order in order to get up there, otherwise if you put the wrong foot in the wrong hole, you're out of sync when you get to the top and you can't be handed over the canopy. So yeah, it's a big aeroplane.
But one of them's got a built-in ladder, isn't it, on the outside?
So those were the special operation executive. They had an underfuel fuel tank to give them extra range, and they also had the ladder which enabled the special agents to climb down, more importantly, climb in quickly.
They can hang on the things, still tanks there.
That's right. As you say, they would land in the field. There would maybe some car headlights, maybe some torches, but of course you were never quite sure whose torches, whose headlights they were. You weren't sure whether that landing site had been compromised by the Germans. Was it actually the French resistance, or was it the Germans waiting for you? Incredible bravery.
All in the darkness, all with just a compass and a map.
No sat nav in those days.
No, any nav.
No,
just a compass.
And a moon.
And a moon. bravery both by the pilots and the people that were being collected and dropped off as well, as you say.
Yeah.
It could be, every time you flew in one of these, it could be instant death when you got to the other end. It's a salutary lesson.
It is. We think of the bomber pilots and crews, we think of the fighter pilots. These special operation executive pilots and special agents themselves flew some of the riskiest missions in World War II. And now into wind again, to the nose high on the Lysander. Using that headwind to slow down. So you said it was rather too quick for Army cooperation work. You see there, it's nowhere near as slow as that Storch was flying.
No.
But he's doing a very good job to get it. So the slats are out on the leading edge of the wing now. Popped out and give it extra lift. That creates a bit more curvature at the front of the wing to create more lift. That's impressive flying for a Lysander.
Big old radial engine up the front there, isn't it? 170 horsepower.
Bristol Mercury.
Bristol Mercury.
Same that was used in the Gloucester Gladiator. Bristol Blenheim. Very smooth sounding
You
engine.
don't say, it can be quiet when it needs to be. You don't want a big roaring engine flying over the German-occupied camps and things.
Landing in a French farmer's field, you don't want to draw as little attention as possible to yourself then. So, again, made the Lysander ideal for the job. They're going to very rarely see an aeroplane away from Duxford, based at the Imperial War Museum at Duxford. That looks like a wing rock to me.
Time for a wave, ladies and gentlemen, just about now.
Yeah, I did a Lost Airfield.
That Lysander away from Duxford is a real treat.
RAF Tempsford, a Lost Airfield. If you're interested in the history, check it out on our YouTube
Flown
channel.
for us today by Mike Collins, more commonly seen in the two-seat Hurricane flying out of either White Waltham or from Duxford itself.
Yeah, very, very good pilot based down at White Waltham.
Yeah, good aerobatic pilot.
And a nice guy.
Alright.
So lining up to the right now, place is the Beech Boys.
Yes, the Beech Boys.
Our two Beech,
The guys who know about things.
the Beech D-17 Stagger Wings. And here they go.
No, but when you see the biplane when it's got its wheels contracted, that's smooth.
It is a really slick
Really
machine.
smooth machine.
So the Stagger Wing was designed in the early 30s as a luxury sports car, really. You know, it was the executive toy. So at a time when air travel was not terribly reliable, if you wanted to get coast to coast in the US, it would take you several stops in an airliner. Very noisy, rattling, very uncomfortable. If you were in the fortunate situation to be able to afford your own aeroplane, or your company could afford an aeroplane, the Stagger Wing filled that niche.
These are fast, comfortable, sent out a message of opulence and high status, which was the another thing that you wanted if you were a high-level corporate person. also very popular with the Hollywood film star community as well.
We are used to now our execs, our Hollywood stars, our rock stars flying around in their private aircraft, their private jets. This was the first of the executive aircraft, the Learjet of its day, you could argue.
Hey, here we go.
Yellow aircraft flown by Nigel Wilson, and the camouflage one is the very famous by now Peter Kuipers, who is the senior pilot with the B-17 operation, flies Sunny B very often.
When the aircraft fly past like that, you can see why it is called the stagger wing. Because normally we see a biplane and the top wing is ahead of the bottom wing. In this case, they're the other way around. And that was thought to provide aerodynamic efficiency. It certainly gave a very good view from the cockpit.
That was about what it was all about, really, in the end. I don't think they proved that it was any more aerodynamic for staggering that bottom wing. That's easier to see out.
Absolutely.
Pete's stagger wing is in the livery of Prince Bernhard of the Netherlands, who used his for royal diplomatic and secret flights during World War II. They are both powered by a Pratt & Whitney R985 450 horsepower twin Wasp Junior engine, and they can crack out a top speed of about 212 miles an hour, but cruise comfortably just on the 200 miles an hour mark.
So it's good that we get to see the two examples here, because we see one in the typical civilian scheme, and then we see one in the military scheme, because at the outbreak of war, civilian aircraft were impressed into service. So aircraft that were privately owned were commandeered by the military, put into camouflage and used for different uses.
So let's watch and listen these two aircraft of a bygone age. Let's step back to the 1930s and 40s and see what they were flying in those days, and soak yourself up in the history. They're doing this thing there, and the Beech Boys doing their thing out in front of us. They're having a great time, Steve.
They are, and why wouldn't you if you've got an aeroplane so it's that to fly? One of the most distinctive, one of the most stylish aeroplanes of all time. Designed by Walter Beech. I want to take a moment to talk about Olive Beech. His wife Olive, Walter and Olive formed the Beech Aircraft Company in 1932 when she was just 29 years old. And she went on to manage the business. She managed the finance, the administration, business operations. And when Walter died in 1950, she carried on as president, chairwoman, leading Beech, later become Beechcraft, to produce aircraft such as the Bonanza, Baron, the King Air. Beechcraft later became Textron, and that company has now made over 55,000 aircraft. And Olive Beech, that woman at the helm, was a real trailblazer for women in aviation. What a legend.
Powerful women even in those days, but few and far between, unfortunately.
Yes.
Have a listen to the engine note on these aircraft. It is distinctive. It's a fairly unusual exhaust range. It's got 3 exhaust pipes. If it isn't hard, you can discern a chuff note that actually sounds a little bit like a miss, but it isn't. And that comes from the lower of the 3 exhaust pipes. Gives you a little chuff or a little half a pop, which gives it a distinctive engine note. They're coming through, I think, for the fairly last. There you go. You can just about hear it now.
It's a lovely sound, isn't it?
It's an unusual
almost
sound.
a putter.
It's a putter, yeah. You can't hear it in the inside the aircraft. Right?
No. Look, they're racing each other. And of course they did race the Staggerwing back in the 30s.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
It was fast when it came into service. It was faster than some of the military fighters.
this is the last pass then, ladies and gentlemen, of the Beech Boys, and that will conclude the 26th Buckenham Old Buckenham Airshow.
Where are we?
Where are we?
It's been a long weekend, hasn't it, Trevor?
Late, yes. It concludes the 2026 Old Buckenham Airshow.
Well, that was easy for you to say. I'm glad you did that.
Wheels down for the Beech Boys, Beauty Kuipers. And unfortunately, due to the wind, the Falcons cannot drop. So that concludes the show. We hope you had a good time. We hope you'll come back and see us again. And a big thanks from Matt and Tracy Wilkins, who, with their small team, put on this amazing air show.
Thank you, Matt.
Every year for you. This year we had a little bit of
Matt and Tracy, thank you very much as well for having us.
But we hope you'll bear with us until the next time. So thank you from the flying team, all of the FCC and our flying directors, Threshold Aero, who are doing all the marshalling, and everybody else that contributed to this enormous show.
I had a fantastic weekend. I don't know about you.
It's been a nice time.
It's been like my first Old Buckenham Air show. I'm sure it won't be my last. It's been really special about it. So this is my first commentary with you, Trevor. You and I have known each other a long time.
Yes, we have.
You know, you're one of those people who was always giving me a foot on the ladder in my career when I was a young writer. And you did. Forever grateful for that. And today's been a bit of full circle for me because many years ago when I was a child, I used to fly radio-controlled aeroplanes. And I wrote to somebody called Spencer Black, who had a Mustang. I'm sure you know Spencer.
I know Spencer.
And I'm 16 years old and I wanted to take some photographs of this P-51 Mustang. And Spencer wrote to me and said, "Why don't you come and spend the day at Duxton with us?"
Oh, you want my phone?
And I spent the day with somebody called Rod Dean. Rod took me under his wing for the day, and that was probably what sparked my interest in aviation and air shows. And today, this weekend, Rod Dean's been our flying display director here at Old Buckenham. My first commentary on the show, and it's been full circle. So thank you to Rod, thank you to you, Trev, for everything you've done for my career so far. And you know, we are blessed to work in an industry that is so friendly, so supportive, and so inclusive. And I had a fantastic weekend. Thank you for inviting me.
Brilliant. And a little special mention to Esther Warrington and the Ginger Child as well, who also put in some vast amounts of time and work and energy in helping Matt and Tracy getting this air show ready for this wonderful event. So thank you, Esther. You know, and you know what you've done. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We hope to see you all again next year. Big thank you to the pilots as well, and the engineers. And as I did say, the FCC, the Flying Control Committee, and everybody else on the ground and in the air who helped to make this so special.
ladies, gents, and teddy bears, as we just come to the end of the show. Alan Q. I'll do that. Hang on a minute. Alan Q Guards March, thank you very much for the super. Someone watching who's live and live, high five and a Guards March. Thank you very much. What a fantastic weekend of displays. Thank you, Nikos, for top class footage, and to my awesome Spanner Flight colleagues for their top modding. Thank you. Colin N9Z, a little towards tea and salmon on your way home. Thank you very much, Guards March. Free Orion, free Lilo Doublefly, Guards March to you. Thank you very much for the super. High five for that as well. And Doug S4R, thank you very much. Doug Ross. Doug Ross, how you doing, man? Well, I think that's a wrap. Kebab wrap. Salmon wrap. Right. Oh, yeah. See if I can. Let's finish this up. Right, ladies, gents, teddy bears, let me just move this. I've had this to tie everything down, man. How we doing? I can't actually get that far behind. Let's have a look. Probably can't hear me anyway. Let's have a look. Let's kick that back. Right. How we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. I haven't got much room on here. I've had to tie everything down right in the corner. I hope you've all enjoyed this wonderful, wonderful gem of an air show. It really is. And honestly, I was taken away on Monday with a phone call. I could not believe Matt Wilkins, Tracy, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to bring what I bring to everyone around the world, the fun that is military aviation from the Ted Coningsby channel into the Old Buckenham. So thank you so much for letting this style that we do, that everyone loves, okay, and bring it here to Norfolk, man. That is just brilliant. So thank you, and hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll be back again. But again, just a massive shout out to all the organisers, the pilots, the display teams, the marshalling crew, all the medics and blue light crew, the rescue teams, and just literally everyone that's involved in making this, because it is a small team. Steve from the media team as well. Just everyone here has been amazing, and it really has been another fantastic Old Buckenham Airshow. So if you enjoyed what you've seen as well from our part, this is what we do nearly 5 days a week, depends on the weather. We are back next week, straight into military. Keep your notification bell button on, like what you see, hit the like button, you know, do subscribe. It really does help this channel grow. And thank you to everyone that's visited, Kai and Claire there as well, to see them as well. And thank you to everyone that's here. We got loads of the TCS here. So just quickly, a big salute to everyone here at Old Buckenham, from pilots to, like I said, Matt Wilkins and Tracy and their team. It has been amazing. Oh, and the commentators, because they were pretty good, weren't they? Bless them. Yeah, they were brilliant. So thank you so much. So from Ted and I, well, my name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman. Didn't need to be a commentator. This is Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby, and you've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at Old Buckenham. So for the last time for the week, it is see you soon. Wish you well. See you, everyone. Bye. Whoa, the camera. Oh, thank you. Thanks very much. Oh no. Beret down, beret down. Had to be done. Right. Oh, she got it. Goodness me. It obviously did a good job. Right. Yes. Let's hit the button, Teddy. Let's hit the button. Ted's just got to hit the button. Let me just hit the button. Oh yeah! Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up and oh yeah! Take it away, Ted.
Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 levels of membership to suit everyone. With your membership, you'll get access to members only videos, photos, posts, unlock special Ted Coningsby YouTube emojis and loyalty badges, as well as being able to access our exclusive members only Discord server. All membership levels reward you with discounts to our online store. Our top level fighter squadron was inspired by many of our fans who supported the channel massively. This is more of a personal experience with me and Ted, giving you exclusive live streams and content from behind the scenes photos, special info and updates, as well as a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch for joining. Whichever membership level suits you, we want to say a massive thank you for choosing to join the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Ah, yeah.